All right, so we have a single entry here in our 2-year-old Alpine class, and a really daring individual when you go to get your hands on her. She's really open about that rib, showcasing a lot of spring of rib here today. I just wish within that mammary system, she was just capacious for us today with this single lactation, just that way I could see her rear udder attachment, and forward udder attachment, but still well deserving of blue ribbon here today.
Your Class 1 winner was exhibited by Jordan Skinner. Now entering the ring, Class 2 Alpine Doe, 5 years and over.
All right, so we have another single entry here in our aged Alpine doe class, and a doe that really excels in that general appearance. She's really level across that top line as she moves around the ring, especially in that area of the loin. In terms of her rump structure, she's really long from hooks to pins and wide from thorough to thorough. And with her being an aged doe, she has dried herself up in regards to those lactations, but still well deserving of blue ribbon here today.
Your Class 2 winners are shown by Cooper Walters. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Alpine Milker.
All right, so this is our lineup for our champion Alpine senior doe, and I think there's one that just really excels in regards to that general appearance. As they walk about the ring, she's just a little bit more naturally level across that top line, a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure from hooks to pins. And as you step in behind them and as they walk around, just a little bit more true width between the hocks and wider from thorough to thorough. The young man with the Alpine here at the end is going to be my champion. The young lady will be reserved today.
Your champion Alpine Milker is shown by Cooper Walters. His trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Jordan Skinner. Her trophy is sponsored by Farmers National Company agent Riley Miller. We are now showing Class 3 La Mancha Doe 2-year-old milker.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our La Mancha breed, and one that's really stylish in regards to that mammary system. For a single lactation and 2-year-old, it's a very capacious mammary. She's holding it high and tight up into that escutcheon. A really nice medial suspensory ligament that splits the halves pretty evenly. And when you view her from the side, she's got that foreudder extension that blends smooth into that barrel. And in regards to general appearance, she's a really deep-bodied, long individual. Just wish I could clean up her front end a little bit, but still deserving of blue ribbon here today.
Your Class 3 winner is shown by Peyton Sainer. Now entering the ring, Class 4 La Mancha Doe, 3-year and under 5 years.
All right, so we have another single entry here and a doe that's very capacious in regards to that mammary system. Just wish she was a little bit more balanced in regards to that rear udder view. When you step in behind her, she's not as quite as balanced in between that left and right half. And then when you view her from the side, she doesn't really have that bloom or that rear udder extension that we like to see when you evaluate them from the side. But when you go to get your hands on her, she's in a really dairy individual. She's really sharp at the point of her wither. She's really open about that rib, showcasing a lot of spring of rib today.
Your Class 4 winner is shown by Peyton Sainer. We're now showing Class 5 La Mancha Doe, 5 years and over.
So another single entry here in our La Mancha breed, and a doe that really excels in regards to the area general appearance. She's really tall at the point of her shoulder. She's really elevated up into those withers, a nice even slope back to hooks to pins. When you step in and view her from the side, just a really level top doe, especially from hooks to pins and width from thorough to thorough. Another doe that I wish I could see in lactation, but still deserving of blue ribbon here today.
Your Class 5 winner is shown by Cooper Walters. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion La Mancha Milker.
All right, so this is our lineup for our champion La Mancha breed, and three does, especially for their age, I think, do a really good job in representing their respective age divisions. When we start looking at the comparison of the does for champion overall, there's one doe that I think that just excels the class in regards to that general appearance. She's really long and level across that top line. She's probably the most desirable in regards to that hip structure from hooks to pins and width from the thorough to thorough. And then there's a doe out here that just I think has the best balanced mammary system. Probably not the largest mammary system by any means, but it's the most ideal in regards to evenness of halves, teeth size, shape, and placement to the udder floor. And so there are some trade-offs amongst the does that are out here today. But for me, the competition does lie between the two does here towards the head of the line because they do have that mammary system to evaluate. And so when you do look at these two does, I think there's one that just puts the pieces a little bit better together for me. The young lady at the head of the line is going to be my champion. The young lady with the black doe in the middle is going to be reserve.
Your champion La Mancha Milker is shown by Peyton Sainer. Her trophy is sponsored by Olois LLC, Sean and Missy Finley. Your reserve champion, La Mancha Milker, is also exhibited by Peyton Sainer. Her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. Now in the ring, Class 6, Nigerian Dwarf Doe Milking Yearling.
All right, so this is our first class of our Nigerian dwarf breed, and two does that I think have some trade-offs amongst the two. But for me, I am going to go ahead and go with a little bit a doe with a little bit more areas of general appearance that excels the black and white doe standing behind her, especially when you view the front end. Her front end assembly is just a little bit cleaner as she walks around the ring, showcasing a little bit more tighter elbow against the body wall as they move around the ring. And when you look at the mammary systems too, I think she's got a little bit more desirable shape to that mammary system. She's not as pushed forward and extended in regards to that forerudder attachment as the young man's black and white doe standing here in 2 today. The young man's doe standing here in 2, an extremely dairy individual, just needs to clean up that front end and a little bit more desirable forerudder attachment to compete with the doe ahead of him today.
Placings for Class 6. First place, Madeline Myers. Second place, Madeline Myers. We're now showing Class 7, Nigerian Dwarf Doe, 2-year-old Milker.
All right, so for this 2-year-old class of Nigerian dwarfs, I am going to go ahead and start with this predominantly white doe here, the head of the lineup. For me, she just really excels the class in overall general appearance. For me, I think she ties a higher, tighter head and neck into that front end assembly, being more better attached at the top side of that shoulder. And she's a little bit longer and leaner about that head and neck than the two does standing behind her today. When you step in behind them, I think she's just showcasing a little bit more spring of rib, a little bit more depth of that rib that extends out through that rear barrel just a little bit more nicer than the two does standing behind her today. In regards to their mammary systems, they're all very comparable in regards to the mammary systems. But with the extra lactation on this doe standing here, the head of the line, she's just a little bit more desirable in that rear udder attachment and just a little bit more capacious in regards to that mammary. 2/3, this is a little bit closer placing for me, but it is a general appearance placing. For me, she's just a little bit longer, a little bit more desirable in regards to that rub structure from hooks to pins, and walks with a little bit more natural width between the hocks when you step in behind them as they walk around the ring today. And then in regards to feet and legs, I think the young lady's doe is just a little bit stronger in those feet and legs, more particular in those front pasterns as they move about the ring. Young lady's tricolor doe standing here at the end line. I really want to commend her for her dairy strength. She's an extremely open and showcasing a lot of spring of rib for us here today.
Placings for Class 7. First place, Annaleah Barton. Second, Reese Fisher. Third, Reese Fisher. We're now showing Class 8, Nigerian Dwarf Doe, 3 and under 5 years.
All right, so this is a really good class from top to bottom in regards to our Nigerian dwarf does. And I'm going to go ahead and start with the young man's doe here at the head of the line. She is currently the only one that is in lactation with a mammary system for me to evaluate. And so she does get those extra points in regards to that mammary system. But for me, when you go to get your hands on her, she's probably the most dairy individual in class. She's really open about that rib. She's really sharp in regards, excuse me. She's really sharp at the point of her withers. And then when you watch them walk around the ring, I wish the only thing I could do in regards to that top line is make her a little bit more level in regards to that loin down into that rump structure a little bit. To where, and that's where she's really going to grant some of that style and balance to the young lady's white doe standing here in two. I really like the side profile and the silhouette of this doe standing here in two. She's really tall at the point of her withers, a nice gradual slope from hooks to pins, and she's tremendously wide from thorough to thorough. The thing that's the most concerning for me, I think, is her front end assembly as she walks around the ring. But she's walking with tremendous width throughout, width through that chest floor, width between the hocks as they move about the ring today. 3/4 is a little bit closer placing for me, but I am going to go ahead and go with the one that's just a little bit more structurally correct in regards to that top line. She's a little bit more naturally level from hooks to pins, and she's walking around with a little bit stronger set of feet and legs for me, more particular in those front passers. And the young lady's black and white doe standing here in 4. 4/5, this is a general placing in regards to that front end assembly. I think she's just showcasing that shoulder assembly a little bit tighter to that body wall, holding those elbows a little bit tighter to that chest floor. And then when you view them from the front, she's just a little bit more naturally wider through that chest floor. And down to her foot than the young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line. Young lady's doe here in the end of the line, just wish she was a little bit more true to her width, especially from thorough to thorough. She's really wide from thorough to thorough, but doesn't keep that width to the ground like the doe standing ahead of her today.
Placing is for Class 8. First, Jude Carmichael. Second, Kaylin Stein. Third, Ava Jones. Fourth, Kaylin Stein. And fifth, Cameron Gwynn. We're now showing Class 9, a Nigerian dwarf doe, 5 years and over.
All right, so this is our age does for the Nigerian dwarf breed, and I think two does that really complement each other. But for me, I am going to go ahead and go with the general appearance placing of the young lady's brown doe here at the head of the line. When you step back and view them from the side, I think she's just the longest from hooks to pins. She's a little bit more wider from thorough to thorough as well. And then when you view them still from this side profile, she's probably the cleanest in regards to that top line, the most naturally level, more particular in the area of that loin as they walk about the ring today. In regards to their mammary system, capacity is definitely going to be granted to our doe standing here in second today. But for me, I think it's just a little bit more desirable shape to that mammary system, a little bit more globular shape, where you see a little bit more of a balanced third look when viewed from the side. And when I say that, I'm talking about a third where you see behind the leg, a third hidden by the leg, and a third in front of the leg. But to me, I think two does that really complement each other really well. 2/3, it is that mammary system placing in regards to that, especially that rear udder attachment. She's still extremely high up into that escutcheon, showing a strong rear udder attachment and a stronger medial suspensory ligament when viewed from the rear. And then when you step in and view them from the side profile, especially, I think she's a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end. She's a little bit taller at the point of her shoulder, a little bit wider through that chest floor as they move about the ring naturally. And then when you go to get your hands on her, still a really dairy individual with that. 3/4. It is that memory system for me. The young man's doe does not have a memory today. But when you start looking at it from a general appearance perspective, I think they're really close in regards to that. But for me, I think the young man standing here next in line, his doe is just a little bit longer from nose to tail and just a little bit more desirable in regards to that front end to where her head and neck ties a little bit higher in regards to that point of shoulder. And then when you step in and view them from the rear quarter view, I think she showcases just a little bit more spring of rib, depth of rib, especially depth of forerib. The young man's doe standing here second from the end. Young man doe second from the end of the young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line today. For me, this is a general appearance placing as they walk around the ring. I think it just holds herself a little bit better together, in particular those pasterns as they move about the ring and showcasing just a little bit more natural width as they show their presence in the ring here today. The young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line, extremely dairy individual. Just wish I have seen a little bit more condition on her just to be competitive with those couple does standing ahead of her. In regards to the mammary, I like the shape of the mammary system, but like we talked, just wish she's a little bit more capacious. If she didn't have those kids on her, I think she would have competed higher here today.
Placings for Class 9. First place, Chloe Persiak. Second, Sharon Schultz. Third, Corbin Bullhofer. Fourth, Mason Appleton. And fifth, Kaylin Stein. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Nigerian Dwarf Milker.
All right, so this is our lineup for our champion Nigerian dwarf, and I think the does closest to me really complement their classes well in regards to respective age divisions to be considered here for champion today. And so when I compare the four does standing closest to me for this honor, I think there's just one doe that really puts the best package together in regards to that general appearance. She's just the most level across that top line and a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure and showcasing that length from hooks to pins and that width from the thorough. And then when you look at their mammary systems, I think it's the most complete mammary system out here today in regards to the evenness of the halves, that forudder extension that blends smooth in that body wall, and a little bit more desirable teat size and shape and placements to the udder floor. My young lady standing here to my left is going to be my champion Nigerian today. And then when she steps down and then I start looking at that second place doe in a respective age class, I think this is where it gets a little bit closer, in my opinion. There are some trade-offs amongst a couple does that are out here, but when you start comparing age and maturity, number of lactations, and then when you look at those mammary systems, I think that you can go ahead and sway one way or the other. But then when you watch them walk about the ring, you do have to give some grace in regards to the age. So I am going to stick in that age doe class. The young lady with the cream doe, second in that class, is going to be reserve.
Your champion Nigerian dwarf milker is exhibited by Chloe Pierciak. Her trophy is sponsored by Red Dirt Excavation LLC. Your reserve champion Nigerian dwarf milker is shown by Sharon Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Friends of 4-H. We're now showing Class 10 Nubian doe 3 and under 5 years.
All right, so with this class of 3 and under 5-year-old Nubians, I am starting with the doe I think that just really commends herself in regards to general appearance in that mammary system. When you view in separate from the side, she's an extremely long-bodied individual. She's really long from hooks to pins. She's really level across that top line, especially in the area of that loin in comparison to the young lady's doe standing in 2. And then as you watch them walk around the ring, I think she's just a little bit stronger in regards to those feet and legs. She's a little bit tighter in regards to her toes as she walks about the ring and a little bit straighter in that foreleg. And then when you look at the mammary system, I think just a little bit more desirable shapes in that mammary system, a little bit more capacious mammary system today. when you step in and view them from the rear, just a high and tight rear udder attachment up into that escutcheon, and it's showcasing a lot of bloom, a lot of width to that rear udder. Young lady's doe standing here in 2 today. I love the extreme dariness of her. She's really, really sharp at the point of those withers, showcasing a lot of spacing and showcasing a lot of spring grip. Just doesn't have the depth of body or the capacious mammary system to compete with this doe standing ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 10. First, Chloe Pierciak. Second, Alexa Kilgus. We're now showing Class 11 Nubian Doe, 5 years and over.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our age doe division of the Nubian breed, and when she's on the standstill and you step in and view her from the side profile, she's just a closer in regards to who to go with for reserve today. But I think the one that commends our champion Nubian in regards just that overall general appearance, that depth of body, depth of rib, spring of rib today. Their mammaries are very similar to each other, but one that's got a little bit better attachments, the young lady's age doe, she's going to be reserve.
Your champion Nubian milker is exhibited by Chloe Pierciak. Her trophy is sponsored by Walters Seamless Gutters. The reserve champion Nubian milker is shown by Parker Walters, and her trophy is sponsored by Friends of 4-H. We're now showing Class 12 Oberhausley Doe, 3 and under 5 years.
All right, so for this class of Oberhasleys, I am going to go ahead and start with the doe that I think really excels. The doe standing behind her in regards to that front end assembly. I think she's just a little bit cleaner in regards to that point of shoulder. And when you look at her from that shoulder assembly itself, I think just a little bit cleaner, not as jaggedy as they walk about the ring, holding just a little bit tighter to that chest wall. And then when you view her from the front end, I think the doe standing here, the headline just ties a little bit higher, tighter, cleaner head and neck down into that front end assembly. And then when you start evaluating them across their top lines, the two does are extremely similar to one another. I actually like the levelness from hooks to pins on this doe. Standing in two, but maybe just not as wide from throw to throw as the young lady's doe standing ahead of them today. In regards to the mammary systems, though, they are both continued lactations from last year. And so when you start taking that into consideration, the young lady's doe standing here at the head of the line, just a little bit better in regards to her attachments, both rear and fore udder, keeping a little bit higher and tighter up into that escutcheon and a little bit closer to that barrel as they walk about the ring. I really like the style of the mammary system, but again, I think if she was just a little bit more full and didn't have that continued lactation, I think it'd be a little bit closer in regards to those mammary systems today.
Placings for Class 12, first place and champion Oberhausley Milker is exhibited by Daisy Carey. Her trophy is sponsored by Walters Seamless Gutters. And your reserve champion Oberhausley Milker is shown by Emma Verhey, and her trophy is sponsored by Wendy Flats Farm. We are now showing Class 13 recorded grade 2-year-old Milker.
And this is an interesting class to start off our recorded grades because I think there's both of these does have their trade-offs. I am going ahead and starting in what I feel is a general appearance placing. When you step in and view them from the side, I think the doe standing here, the head of the line, just a little bit more naturally level across the top line, more particularly in the area of that loin. And she's also got a little bit more desirable hip structure. She's longer from hooks to pins, and she's wider from the thorough to thorough. And then she's showcasing just a little bit more spring of rib today, a little bit more depth of body, depth of rib, depth of barrel today than what we're seeing on the young lady's doe standing in two. Young lady's doe standing here in two. I really like that mammary system. She's really capacious, showcasing a lot of bloom and a little bit more desirable in regards to that rudder being wider and higher in regards to that rudder attachment. She's, to me, just not as clean in regards to that top line and cleans in that front end to beat the doe standing here in regards to the general appearance today. But I do like that mammary system where she's going to place over the doe standing here, the headline, just because I think it is more desirable, a little bit better attached all the way around. But two does that complement each other really well here today.
Placings for Class 13, first place, Bailey Sainer. Second, Bailey Sainer. We're now showing Class 14, recorded grade doe, 3 and under 5 years.
All right, so a really good class, 3 and under 5 year olds, and these two does here at the headline, I think, just really excel the class behind them, just in regards to their general appearance and their memory systems. For me, there are some trade-offs amongst their general appearance category, but I think that true strength lies in the memory system of the young lady's doe standing here at the headline, especially when viewed from the rear. I think she's just a little bit more balanced between the halves today, showcasing just a little bit stronger medial suspensory ligament. And she walks with a little bit more ease around that memory system today as we walk about the ring. In regards to general appearance, I think, like I said, there are some trade offs amongst the two. But when we start looking at them, especially when viewed from the side, I think the young lady's doe here, the head, just a little bit more desirable shape to that rump structure. She's probably not as long from hooks and bends, the young man son and doe standing here in two, but just a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump shape. Not as much slope or pitch to that rump as the young man's doe standing here in two. But two does, like I said, I think really commend each other for that. 2/3, this is going to be easily a mammary system, placing just a tremendously more capacious mammary system, a better extended forudder attachment than what we're seeing on the young man's doe standing here in three. And when you step in behind her, just a tremendously wide rudder attachment. Like I said, I think one of her faults, she doesn't walk with as much ease around that mammary system for me here today, but still a very capacious, a very productive individual standing there in two. 3/4 for me as they walk about the ring. It is a general appearance, feet and legs placing for me today. Just walk a doe here standing third in line that's walking on a stronger set of feet and legs, more particular in those rear pasterns, and she showcased just a little bit more natural width throughout as they walk about the ring today. And the young man's Sonnen type doe, just a tremendously long individual from nose to tail, and she keeps that length and puts it together pretty well for me. I just wish she had a little bit larger mammary system to be competitive with those two does that stood ahead of her. 4/5, for me, this is a general appearance placing, more particular in the area of that rump. For me, not as high as the dorsal process as young lady's oak type doe standing here third from the end. And then when you start looking at the mammary system, I think this is one of our last does as the more desirable in regards to that mammary system in terms of udder shape, especially when viewed from the rear. She's really high up into that escutcheon, and she's really wide in that rear udder attachment today. A young lady's oak type over the young lady's Nigerian type doe standing here second from the end. For me, this is a dairy placing, just an extremely dairy individual. When you go to get your hands on her, just showcasing a lot of Springer rib today, showcasing a lot of loose, pliable skin for me today when you go to feel. As I went and felt the doe standing through here today, and just a little bit more desirable in regards to that front end assembly as well. Young lady's Nigerian type doe standing here second from the end over the young lady's oak type doe standing here at the end. This is a general appearance placing, more particularly across that top line in the area of the loin, back in that rump structure as they walk about the ring today. Just a little bit more desirable in terms of levelness of both that loin and that hip structure. She's not in lactation today, but I think her general appearance does carry over the Oberhausley type doe standing here at the end. The Oberhausley type doe standing here at the end, I really like her dairiness. She's really open, but with that lactation milking through, I think it kind of gives an offset look to that mammary system, but showcasing a lot of bloom today. And just if she was a little bit stronger in that mammary, I think she definitely could have placed higher today.
Placings for Class 14, first place, Parker Walters. Second, Jonathan Vaughn. Third, Christopher Myers. Fourth, Bailey Coleman. Fifth, Emma Verhey. Sixth, Analia Barton. Seventh, Daisy Carey. We're now showing Class 15, recorded grade doe, 5 years and over.
All right, so this is our age does for our recorded grades, and I'm going to go ahead and start with the doe here that really excels her contemporary in regards to that general appearance. When you step in view from the side, just an extremely long-bodied, extremely level individual from the point of her withers all the way down to her tailhead, just straight as a board essentially as she walks about the ring, a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure. And even go and look in their mammary systems when viewed from the side, I think they're very comparable, but I think the true advantage lies when you step in behind them and view that rear udder attachment. Still very, very well attached up into that escutcheon, showcasing that nice deep arch up into that escutcheon, and she's a tremendously wide individual in regards to her rear udder. Young man's talk type though, standing here second. Love the dariness of her, love the overall general appearance, the depth of rib, the depth of body. Probably just not as even in regards to that mammary system today to be competitive with the doe ahead of her.
Placings for Class 15. First place, Chloe Pierciak. Second, Austin Hensley. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, recorded grade milker.
All right, so this is our lineup for champion recorded grade. The does closest to me are first in their respective age divisions, and the does standing behind them are second in their respective age divisions. And nothing to take away from the doe that head of the line, but I think the truest and toughest competition are between the two does. here at the end of the line. And I think there are some trade-offs amongst the two of them. Both really excel in regards to that general appearance. One may just be a little bit more naturally level from hooks to pins as they walk about the ring today. Maybe a little bit stronger on those feet and legs today as they walk about the ring as well. When you look at the mammary systems, I think they're very comparable in regards to their mammary systems, both really good in regards to that desirable globular shape. To the mammary systems, both are very well attached in regards to the rear udders. One may be just a little bit wider in regards to her rear udder. And then when you look at the fore udder, I think they're both really well attached into the barrel for that fore udder attachment. So like I said, I think there are some trade-offs amongst the two. But when you start really evaluating them today, I think it could go either way as we look at these two does. One, I think it's just a little bit cleaner for me today, showcasing just a little bit more width and ease. And in regards to the mammary system, I think just maybe a little bit tighter in regards to her attachments. The young lady's age doe is going to be my champion today. And then when you have the second place animal step in, I don't think in regards, especially in that area of general appearance, that really matches our champion well. Like I said in class, I really like her mammary just because she's a little bit more balanced today. So I'm going to go up to the young lady standing here in the middle. She's going to be reserved.
Your champion recorded grade milker is exhibited by Chloe Pierciak. Her trophy is sponsored by Kim and Mike Pinto. Your reserve champion is shown by Parker Walters. Her trophy is sponsored by Walters Seamless Gutters. We are now showing class 16 Sonando 2-year-old milker.
All right, so this is a single entry here in our 2-year-old Sonnens, and a doe that I think really excels in general appearance. She's really clean about that front end assembly. She's really full in regards to that crop. She's really wide through that chest floor. I wish she's just a little bit showcasing a little bit more width between the hocks as she moves about the ring today. And in regards to that mammary system for a first freshening mammary, we'd like to see her just a little bit more extended that fore udder today, but still well deserving of a blue ribbon.
First place in class 16 is shown by Jonathan Vaughn. We're now ready for class 17 Sonando 3 and under 5 years. this time, we would like to introduce our dairy goat judge, Mr. Skylar Campbell. Skylar is an ag teacher and FFA advisor at Columbia City High School. He's a graduate of Purdue University with a bachelor's degree in agricultural education and has taught at Columbia City High School since 2016. Skylar has been raising and showing dairy goats at a local and state level for over 20 years. He's been a judge, judging county fairs for the last 10 years. His favorite part of evaluating county fairs are showmanship classes, as that is where it's about the individual and what they have learned about the project. If there's one thing Skylar hopes members gets out of him today, is that they were able to learn something new to better advance their knowledge within the industry. Please put your hands together and help us thank Mr. Skylar Campbell.
All right, so this is our class 3 and 5-year-olds, and this is a memory system placing 1/2. For me, just a little bit more capacious memory system. When viewed from the side, just a little bit more balanced memory system in terms of a rear behind the leg, a rear hidden by the leg, and a third in front of the leg. And then when you step in behind them, I think they're really comparable in regards to that rudder attachment, but the advantage lies in regards to that balance and symmetry of that memory system. The young man Stowe standing here at the head of the line today. General appearance-wise, I think they're really close in regards to general appearance. I think the young man's tie is just a little bit cleaner in regards to that shoulder assembly and carries that nice, neat tie-in all the way throughout. Maybe not as level in regards to hooks to pins as the young lady's doe standing in 2 today, but 2 does, I think, still really commend each other very well. 2/3, for me, this is that memory system placing just a tremendously more capacious memory system. Not the balance that we're seeing in our class winner today, but I really love that smoothness of blending from that forwarder into that barrel and that rear udder's support up into that escutcheon, and a little bit more, not as balanced as the young man Doe standing here in 3, but definitely more capacious here today. 3/4, this a little bit closer placing because their memories are a little bit more similar. in type and kind in regards to shape and capacity. But for me, I do really like the daringness of the young man Stowe standing here next in line. She's just extremely open about her rib. She's really sharp at the point of her withers. The young man Stowe standing here at the end of the line today. A young man Stowe standing here at the end, just a tremendously big-bodied, big outlined individual. For me today, as she walks about the ring, she's a little bit tighter in regards to her heart girth and not necessarily as wide through that chest floor, keeping that natural width throughout today.
Placings for Class 17. First place, Henry Vaughn. Second place, Keziah Dunham. Third, Christopher Myers. Fourth, Henry Vaughn. We're now showing Class 18, Son and Doe, 5 years and over.
So a really intriguing class here for our age son and does, and I just told the three exhibitors that all three of them have some really nice animals, and I can probably convince myself to go either way in regards to some characteristics of each one of these does winning the respective this respective class. But as we go through and we truly evaluate them, I think there are some the doe standing here, the head of the line just has a little bit more pieces for me that are a little bit more put together. She probably doesn't have the most capacious memory system that obviously lies with the young man's doe standing here in two. But when you look at general appearance, I think she excels the class in regards to general appearance. She's the most level from hooks to pins, and she's the widest from the thorough to thorough as they walk about the ring today. And then when you step in viewing from the side, I think she's showcasing the greatest amount of spring of rib, depth of rib, and carrying that out through her rear barrel. She's probably not the most balanced between the mammaries either when you step in and view them from the rear. But for me, she is balanced enough with a stronger medial suspensory ligament and a little bit more desirable teat size and shape in relation to that mammary system to win today. Young man's doe standing two over the young lady's doe standing here in three. It is because of that mammary system just being a little bit more capacious, a little bit better attached, more specifically in that forudder attachment, blending a little bit better into that barrel in the young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line. And then when you evaluate them from a general appearance, I think the advantage goes to the young lady's doe standing here in three. She's just a lot cleaner, a lot taller in terms of the point of her shoulder, blends a little bit smoother from that head and neck down in that front end assembly. For this young lady's doe standing here at the end, I just wish she's a little bit more capacious in that mammary system and a little bit more desirable shape to that mammary to be competitive with the two does ahead of her.
Placings for Class 18. First, Jonathan Vaughn. Second, Henry Vaughn. And third, Haley Summerfield. We're now showing for champion and reserve champions, Sonnen Milker.
All right, so this is our lineup for our champion son and breed. And the three does closest to me are first place in their respective classes. The does standing in the next line are second place in their respective classes. And as we go through and evaluate the three closest to me, I think there's one that just really excels the class in regards to that mammary system. She's the most capacious mammary. She's the most desirable shapes in that mammary. Very clean in regards to that forward attachment. Really nice rear udder attachment, height to that rear udder, width to that rear udder. She maybe lacks a little bit in regards to that general appearance when we compare the does on either side of her, but I think that we could sacrifice a little bit there. The doe in the middle is going to be my champion Sonnen today. And then when I compare second place in her respective class to then the does that are standing on that would be standing on either side of her, I think it gets a little bit closer in regards to matching our champion in between that second place doe and our age doe standing here at the end of the line for me. But there is just a little bit more balance to symmetry to that mammary system and a little bit better in regards to that general appearance. My age doe is going to be reserve.
Your champion, Son and Milker, is shown by Henry Vaughn. His trophy is sponsored by Black Diamond Excavating. Your reserve champion, Son and Milker, is shown by Jonathan Vaughn, and his trophy is sponsored by Kim and Mike Pinto. We're now showing Class 19 Sable Doe 2-year-old Milker.
All right, so this is our sable division and two does that I think their mammaries are very comparable to each other. So then the placings is going to lie in that general appearance section of our scorecard. And for me, the young ladies doe this I'm starting off with just a little bit more level across that top line as we move about the ring, more particular in the area that loin today. And she's a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure, not a steep slope from hooks to pins. And she's a little bit wider from throw to throw as well. And then when you go to the front side of their skeleton, she's a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end. Maybe not as smoothly blended from the head and neck and the top side of her shoulder, but that shoulder assembly is held a little bit closer to that body cavity than one young lady's doe standing here in two. Young lady's doe standing here in two today. I wish she just kept her width that she has through her chest for a little bit more true to the ground and all the way throughout to be more competitive with that doe ahead of her in regards to general appearance today.
Placings for Class 19, first, Haley Summerfield, second, Keziah Dunham. We're now showing Class 20, Sable Doe, 3 and under 5 years.
All right, so with this class of sables, there are some trade-offs amongst the two, and both of them 4-year-olds, and the animal that I'm going to go ahead and use has 2 freshenings in regards to the young man's with 1 freshening. But this is a general appearance placing for me. In regards to as they walk about the ring, she's just the doe standing here, the head of the line. She's just a little bit longer from hooks to pins, a little bit more truer to her width. From thorough to thorough. She is going to grant a significant mammary system advantage, I think, to young man Stowe standing here in 2. For being a single freshening, she's got that desirable shape and feature to that mammary, maybe not as strong of a rudder attachment that is held up and tight up into that escutcheon that we're seeing in the young ladies Stowe that we're going to start off with the class. And young ladies Stowe here at the head of the line, just showcasing a little bit more angulation that rear leg set too. when viewed from the side. The young man Stowe standing here in second. Like I said about her mammary system, really capacious, really desirable in regards to that shape. Just maybe not necessarily as strong in that attachment, but really love the front end structure of this one. She's really tall at the point of her withers, really blends smooth from that head and neck, and still a really good class there of our Sables 3 and under 5-year-olds.
Placings for Class 20. First, Haley Summerfield. Second, Landon Gould. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Sable Milker.
All right, so this is our lineup for our champion sable breed, and for me, I think it's pretty straightforward in regards to our champion and reserve today. Nothing to take away from the two younger does that's standing here on my right-hand side. But when we look at the mammary systems that both of these does have and the way they excel in their general appearance, it's really hard to stay away from that respective age division. So my first place animal, my 3 to 5, is going to be champion. Young man with the second place 3 to 5 is going to be reserve today.
Your champion Sable Milker is shown by Haley Summerfield. Her trophy is sponsored by Johnson Brothers Showstock. Your reserve champion Sable Milker is exhibited by Landon Gould. His trophy is sponsored by the Montgomerys. We're now showing Class 21 Toggenburg Doe 2-year-old Milker.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our Toggenburg breed, and an individual that could have withstood some competition today. I really like her general appearance as she moves about the ring. The young man and I talked about her mammary system. She's just a little bit more capacious in her mammary today, and showcasing a little bit more even as I have. She'd really be an excellent doe here. Excited to compare to her next one in class.
Your Class 21 winner is shown by Austin Hensley. We're now showing Class 22 Toggenburg Doe, 5 years and over.
So another single entry in the in this Toggenburg class, and a doe that really has a very capacious mammary system. When you view her from the side, she's a very proportional in regards to a third behind, a third hidden, and a third in front of the leg. I would like to clean up that forward attachment just a little bit, make it blend a little bit smoother into that body wall, but well deserving of blue ribbon here today.
Your Class 22 winner is shown by Austin Hensley. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Toggenburg Milker.
So this is our lineup for champion and reserve, and to me, it's a quite logical placing. The age doe standing here to my left, just more desirable shapes in that mammary system, way more capacious shapes in that mammary system. She is showing her age in regards to her pasterns, but we do have to have some give and take when it comes to that. So my age doe is going to be champion, my younger doe is going to be reserve today.
Your champion Toggenburg Milker is shown by Austin Hensley. His trophy is sponsored by Hillside Dairy Vaughn family. Your reserve champion Toggenburg Milker is also shown by Austin Hensley. His trophy is sponsored by Vaughn's Lawn Care. We're now showing Class 23 Mini Nubian Doe, 3 to under 5 years.
All right, so this is our only class of mini Nubians, and first is going to place over second, say in regards to that general appearance, more specifically in the area of that front end assembly. She just has a nicer, cleaner front end. She's not as bold about that shoulder as they walk around the ring. She's a little bit more cleaner through that chest floor, out through her rear legs, and what we're seeing on the young man Stowe standing into. She is going to sacrifice some width though. In regards to that chest floor and keeping that little natural width through the hocks, like the young man Stowe standing here at 2. Young man Stowe standing to extremely daring individual, just wishes a little bit more level across that top line, a little bit more desirable in regards to that hip structure for me today. But with this being the only class, the young lady is also going to be champion and the young man is going to be reserve.
Your champion mini Nubian milker is shown by Brooklyn Carmichael. Her trophy is sponsored by Alois LLC, Sean and Missy Finley. The reserve champion Nubian milker is shown by Jude Carmichael. His trophy is sponsored by Alois LLC, Sean and Missy Finley. We are now showing class 24 dairy best 3 females.
So with our group classes starting here, this class is considered our best three females. So each exhibitor is supposed to be exhibiting what they feel is their best three females. And I know there's some animals that I have not evaluated yet in their respective classes. But it's really hard to pass a group up here at the headline because I had to double check with the exhibitor to make sure that I had the animals, like trying to remember them back in my head correctly. But we have three different breed champions in this first group. And for me, that just commends the group as well. And so with this, when you look at the consistency and uniformity of type in regards to general appearance and the mammary systems, even though they're all different breeds, I still think that they are very consistent to one another as a result of their breed champions. So I think that's an easy way to start here with our top group. The Sonnen type group and this Alpine type group with the Sonnen back there at the end. I think there are some trade-offs amongst the two, but I think there's just a lot more consistency in regards to mammary systems. I'm on the second place group, just a lot more capacious, balanced, well-attached mammary systems than what we're seeing on this group standing here in three. This group here in three, this is a general, with those mammary systems, they have the advantage over this fourth place group that has two dry individuals, just because with that mammary system, we do get that extra section of the scorecard to be able to evaluate and be able to extend past this group standing here in four. 4/5 with this group. This is a little bit closer placing. This is the two groups that have some animals I've yet to see today. But in regards to their breeds and their standards, I think when we go to compare them, this is the more consistent group, especially in regards to that general appearance perspective, a little bit more desirable in regards to that width of that chest floor, with that width between the hocks when you view them from the rear. And then also when you see them from the side profile, I think this Nigerian group just silhouettes just a little bit better than our Sonic group standing here at the end. The Sonic group standing here at the end, nothing to take away from any of them in their respective classes today, but just not as consistent as a group and not as wide throughout as the groups ahead of them to be competitive, but still really good groups from top to bottom.
Your champion dairy best three females is shown by Chloe Pierciak. Her trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate. We're now showing class 25 dairy mother-daughter.
All right, so this is our mother-daughter class, and I didn't realize I really only needed to pick one for the group classes here today. And so the group that's standing over here to my right is going to be the group that wins over the remainder of the class here today. To me, when I look at these two animals, you're looking at consistency of good type, and while also looking at improvements into the offspring. And even though they are recorded grades and trying to talk with the exhibitor about what the different breedings and stuff are, I still think that we see that consistency of good type, and we're starting to see some advantages. Maybe wish that she had a little bit of older doe to compare, especially with those mammary systems. 'Cause like I talked in class, I really like this doe's mammary system. But in terms of complementary, I think that she does a really good job in regards to that daughter. So for that, this pair does place over the remainder of the groups back here. Nothing to take away from these groups back here, but with our mother-daughter pairing, we do want to see consistency and those improvements, but maybe not necessarily as much improvements as this pair here, but well deserving here today.
Your champion dairy mother-daughter is shown by Chloe Pierciak. Her trophy is sponsored by RK General Cleaning. We're now showing class 26 La Mancha Junior Kids.
So we're starting off our junior doe show with a single entry La Mancha Junior kid, and a really stylish kid at that. She could have withstood some really good competition, as I really like the front end assembly of this doe. One thing I would like to change is just showcase a little bit more angulation in that rear leg. For me, she's a little straight out of that rear leg, but when you view her set her from the side, once the exhibitor gets her set up, you start to see that curvature to that rear leg a little bit more. But as she walks about the ring, not as curved as I'd like to see, but still well deserving of a blue ribbon.
Your class 26 winner is Emily Stout. We're now showing class 27 La Mancha Senior Kids.
All right, the three does here that head of the line, I think, excel their contemporaries that's standing behind them. Just in regards to that general appearance perspective, they're all really long-bodied individuals, but I think some of the different slayers really happen when you go to get your hands on them. The young lady's doe standing here, the head of the line, she's just showcasing a lot more spring of rib for us today, and showcasing a lot more spring of rib as well, that depth of rib and depth of rear barrel than what we're seeing on the two does standing behind him, creating just a little bit more uniform shape than what we're seeing on the two does standing behind her today. And then as they walk about the ring, she's a little bit wider through that chest floor, walking a little bit more width between the hocks. When on the move as well. And you step in behind all three of these does. I think this doe here, the head just at the head of the line, has a higher arch to that escutcheon. And with that arch to that escutcheon, that's showcasing where that rear udder attachment is going to be. And I think she's got a nice balanced arch to that, not as pointed as what we're seeing on the two does standing directly behind her here today. The two does standing here second and third. This is a little bit closer placing in my mind, but for me, I think the young ladies like fawn colored doe standing here in second, just a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end, maybe not as smooth in terms of the point of her withers, but when you start looking at front end assembly, especially that point of shoulder and then that shoulder assembly blends a little bit smoother down to that chest wall, back through the barrel than what we're seeing the young ladies doe standing in three. 3/4. This is going to be a general appearance place. Just a tremendously longer individual from nose to tail, a little bit more desirable from hooks to pins and width from thorough to thorough as we see on them walk around the ring today. Young ladies doe standing 4/5 for me. Just a little bit cleaner, a little bit deeper in regards to that barrel, showcasing a lot more depth of barrel, length of barrel than the young man's doe standing here second from the end. Young man's doe standing here second is probably the smallest outline doe of the class, but she's an extremely daring individual with that, just not as much width throughout as the doe standing ahead of her today. Young man's doe standing at the end. I just wish I could clean up her front end assembly a little bit as she's walking about the ring. She doesn't move as much flex and knees off of both ends as the doe standing behind him, and probably not the widest throughout either, but a really good class from top to bottom here today.
Placings for Class 27, first Peyton Sainer, second Emily Stout, third Peyton Sainer, fourth Bailey Sainer, fifth Wade Sipple, and sixth Wade Sipple. We're now showing for Class 28 La Mancha Senior Yearling.
All right, so for this class of our senior yearlings, I'm going to go ahead and start with a doe that I think really excels in terms of that growth and maturity perspective and in relationship to their age. She's just a really phenomenal doe. When you go in and get your hands on her, she's an extremely open, extremely daring individual. She's really sharp at the point of her withers, showcasing that depth of rib, that spring of rib all the way throughout. The thing I would like to stretch her out maybe just a little bit more in regards to that rump structure, make her a little bit more level from hooks to pins, but she's the widest from throw to throw and keeping that width in between the hocks and all the way down the ground. A really good place to start, I think, in this senior yearling class. 2/3, this is a little bit closer placing in my mind. I am going to go ahead with one that I think that just has a little bit more flexibility off of both ends. She's a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end assembly, a little bit wider through that chest floor, walking a little bit straighter in regards to those front feet. Especially in the area of the knee and that foreleg today. The young lady's doe standing here at the end, I really commend her for her length of body, her levelness of top line. Really like the rump structure, maybe just not as wide as the doe standing ahead of her today, be a little bit more competitive, but a really good class from top to bottom. You're welcome.
Placings for Class 28, first, Jordan LaFoon, second, Emily Stout, third, Peyton Sainer. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, La Mancha Junior Doe.
All right, so this is our lineup for our champion junior La Mancha. And when we go through and we compare the does closest to me, I think all three does are really good in respective age classes. When we go through and talk about and really compare the differences amongst these three, we have the junior kid that's has a tremendous amount of growth and maturity to her. She's really open about that rib, that loose, pliable skin, showcasing that growth and maturity that she showcases us here today. A young lady, senior kid standing here in the middle, really love that top line in her, especially in the area of that loin, and then out through her rump in terms of hooks to pins. The young lady's dry yearling standing down here at the end of the line, just a tremendously deep-bodied, wide individual that showcases a lot of the strength of feet and legs, probably walking around on a longer bone pattern in relation to their age and their size. So three does that I think are really complementary to one another, no matter which way I go. But I think the difference liar really was when they walked in the ring and when I started watching them walk around and really compare the functionality perspective. And there's one I think that just fills her tracks a little bit better, showcasing a little bit more true width between the hocks and the width through the chest floor. Young lady here with the dry yearling, she's going to be our champion today. And then when we compare the remaining two does that stood ahead of her in regards to that complements her the best, I think that there are some trade-offs amongst the two of them. But in terms of that functionality, that build, that width throughout, I'm actually going to go with my growthy junior kid as reserve.
Your champion, the Mancha Junior Doe, is shown by Jordan LaFoon. Her trophy is sponsored by Alois LLC, Sean and Missy Finley. The reserve champion, the Mancha Junior Doe, is exhibited by Emily Stout. Her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. We're now showing class 29 Nigerian Dwarf Junior Kids.
All right, so this is our class of junior Nigerian dwarf does. And for me, the cream colored doe standing here at the head of the line, she's just a really long bodied, large outlined individual. She's showcasing tremendous depth of body, depth of rib, and when we're comparing to the brown doe standing directly behind her. When you go get your hands on her, she's showcasing a little bit looser, a little bit more pliable skin. Showcasing a little bit more Springer rib today. The young lady's doe standing here at 2. Really like the dairiness of this individual. She just doesn't have the length of body or the width throughout to be competitive of that cream doe standing ahead of her today. But 2 really good quality junior Nigerians here.
Placings for class 29. First, Sharon Schultz. Second, Analia Barton. We're now showing class 30 Nigerian Dwarf Intermediate Kids.
All right, so this is our next class of Nigerian dwarfs, and two does standing up here at the head of the line, I think really separate themselves from the two does standing directly behind them. But for me, I am going to go ahead and go with this tricolor doe standing here at the head of the line. She blends just a little bit cleaner from that head and neck down in the top side of her withers, not necessarily breaking nearly as much in the area of the chine like the young man's gray doe standing in two. She is going to grant some levelness at top line, though, in terms of that loin and rump structure. The young man's gray colored doe standing here in two today. 2 over 3 in her turn. She's just a tremendously longer bodied, deeper bodied individual, showcasing tremendous spring of rib, depth of rib, length of barrel than what we're seeing on the young man's doe standing here in 3. 3 over 4 is a little bit closer placing, but for me, I just like the daringness of this cream colored doe standing in 3 in comparison to the brown and black doe standing here at the end of the line, showcasing a little bit more growth and maturity, a little bit more width between the hocks as they move about the ring today. A young lady's doe standing here at the end, an extremely daring individual. She's really sharp at the point of her withers. She's a little bit more level from hooks to pins, but just doesn't have the width or the growth to compete with the does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 30. First, Marianne Barker. Second, Logan Barker. Third, Jude Carmichael. Fourth, Brennan Carmichael. We're now showing Class 31 Nigerian Dwarf Senior Kids.
All right, so a really good class from top to bottom for this Nigerian dwarf senior kid class. And these top two here, I think, are really comparable to one another. I just like the femininity and the look and the leanness of that head and neck into that front assembly, what we're seeing on this young man's predominantly brown doe standing here at the head of the line. And he's stepping behind him. I think she's a little bit more true in regards to her width. She's wide from thorough to thorough, keeping that width down to her hocks. No inward or outward facing hocks when viewed from the rear. Kind of like what we're seeing on this young lady's predominantly white doe standing here in two. 2/3, this is a general appearance placing more specifically in that area of the top line from the chine and loin area. The young lady's doe standing here in 3. She's just a little bit more level across that top line as they move about the ring. And when you view them from the side, she's got a little bit more angulation in that rear leg set than the doe standing in 3. 3/4, this is a little bit closer placing in my mind, but for me, I just like the femininity and the dairiness of the young lady's doe standing here in 3. She's just a little bit more open in regards to her rib spacing, showcasing a little bit more looser, more pliable skin than what we're seeing on the young man's doe standing here in 4 today. 4/5, this is a general appearance placing more specifically in the area of the rump, just a little bit more desirable from hooks to pins and wider from thorough to thorough than what we're seeing in the young lady's doe standing here 4th from the end. Young ladies doe standing 4th in and over the remainder of the class, just showcasing a little bit more dairiness, a little bit more width throughout. Just wish she was a little bit more level in terms of the area, that loin and that rump structure to be competitive with the does ahead of them today. But again, really good class from top to bottom.
Placings for Class 31. First, Logan Barker. Second, Madeline Myers. Third, Marianne Barker. Fourth, Fletcher Myers. Fifth, Sharon Schultz. Sixth, Lillian Harold. Seventh, Stella Fox. And eighth, Reese Fisher. We're now showing Class 32 Nigerian Dwarf Junior Yearlings.
All right, so we have a single entry here within our junior yearlings. A doe that could have really withstood some competition. She walks around the ring extremely level from her shoulder on back. She's really desirable in regards to that rump structure. For me, she's just starting to carry a little excess condition, especially behind that shoulder, over those ribs, and around that tail head, but still well deserving of blue ribbon today.
First place in Class 32 is exhibited by Rory Fisher. We're now showing Class 33 Nigerian Dwarf Senior Yearling.
All right, so a really good class of senior yearlings, and I think the doe standing here, the head of the line, just really excels the class in regards to general appearance. She's extremely level and across that top line, upstanding individual. She's taller at the point of her withers. She's taller at the point of her shoulder, carrying that height all the way back to her hip, and a little bit more desirable from hooks to pins. And then the doe standing behind her today. And when you evaluate them from the side profile, she's got a sharper angulation, that rear leg set, a little bit more desirable rear leg set than what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her today. A really good place to start in this senior yearling class. 2 over 3, I think, is a little bit closer in their placings. Both are kind of wanting to fight the lead a little bit here today. But in regards to similarities, I think this black and tan doe is just a little bit longer, a little bit more level across that top line naturally as they move about the ring. And she's also a little bit more wider through those hocks. And when viewed from the rear, she walks away from me. The young man's black and white doe standing here in 3. 3 over 4, this is a depth of body, body capacity placing for me, just a tremendously deep-bodied individual. She's longer from hooks to pins. She's wider from throw to throw. She's deeper in that heart girth. She's deeper in that barrel. The young man's cream doe standing here third from the end. Young man's doe standing third from the end of the remainder 2 does. Just a little bit cleaner in regards to that top line, a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure. But all 3 of these does just don't necessarily have the width, the strength of feet and legs, or the top line throughout to be competitive with those 4 does that stood in front of them here today.
Placings for Class 33. First, Sharon Schultz. Second, Marianne Barker. Third, Weston Barker. Fourth, Shiloh Martin. Fifth, Rory Fisher. And sixth, Stella Fox. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Nigerian Dwarf Junior Doe.
All right, so this is my lineup for champion junior Nigerian doe, and really quality does from top to bottom. But I think our closest competition lies between the two does on both ends of this lineup. When we start comparing the two, I think one's just a little bit more naturally level across that top line. She's a little bit stronger in regards to that front end assembly. And when you step in behind him, she's definitely she's wider from thorough to thorough, keeping a little bit more natural width between the hocks. Young lady down here on the left hand side of the line is going to be our champion Nigerian today. And then when you compare second place in that respective class, that black and tan doe that's standing in that second line, and you compare her to what I thought in the first place line was the closest competition, I don't think I see nearly as much consistency to our champion than what we see in the junior kid. So the white junior kid here, the head of the line, she's going to be my reserve today.
Your champion Nigerian dwarf junior doe is shown by Sharon Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Walters Seamless Gutters. Your reserve champion is also exhibited by Sharon Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Friends of 4-H. We are now showing class 34 Nubian junior kids.
All right, so this is our first class of Nubians, and for me, I'm going to start with the doe that I think really excels in that breed character. She's really, she's got that real Roman nose in terms of that arch from her poll down to her muzzle, and has the long pendulous ears that go way past the end of her muzzle, and that just starts to where you start seeing where she's a lot longer, a lot leaner, more feminine in regards to that front end. Not necessarily as bold about that shoulder as the two does standing behind her. She's definitely not the longest bodied individual in class, but I think structurally she's the most correct, showcasing a lot more natural width between the hocks as she moves around the ring today. A really good place to start, I think, in this first class of Nubians. 2 over 3, I think it's a little bit closer placing in my mind, but I am going to go ahead and go with a little bit longer bodied, a little bit more level rump structured individual here for 2 today. She's maybe not the widest in between the two from thorough to thorough or the most natural width between the hocks. But I think when you go in here, especially from the side profile, she's showcasing a little more depth of rib, not necessarily as tight in, through her heart as what the young lady's doe standing here in 3. Young lady's doe here in 3. I would like to stretch her out a little bit from her loin back into her hip structure a little bit, just to make her a little bit longer through that loin, a little bit more naturally level from hooks to pins, like the doe standing ahead of her today. But really good class to start off our Nubian show.
Placings for Class 34. First, Landon Gould. Second, Elise Henrik. Third, Hallie Henrik. We're now showing Class 35 Nubian senior kids.
Really competitive pair here at the head of the line between these two does. There are some trade-offs amongst the two. There's one just a little bit more feminine in terms of her type and kind as she walks about the ring. One just a little bit more naturally wider throughout, more natural width through the hocks as they move about the ring. And then so when you start talking about those little different pieces here and there, I am going to start with young ladies red doe standing here at the head of the line. For me, she's just a little bit cleaner in regards to the front end. She's a little bit taller at the point of her shoulder. She's not as pushed forward in regards to that shoulder as what we're seeing on the black and white doe standing in 3. For me, she's a tremendously wide individual. She's wide through that chest floor, keeping that width through her hocks. Which matches her width from throw to throw when you go and step in behind her. She's definitely not as feminine as the doe standing behind her in terms of that head and neck down in that front end assembly, but two does, like I said, that are really good to compare with one another. 2/3 in her turn is just a total length of body, depth of body perspective for me. She's probably the most feminine one in class in regards to that head shape and that leanness of that head and neck down in that front end assembly. She's really long and clean through there. And when you go and watch her walk about the ring, she's probably the most naturally level and across that top line as they move about the ring. And that's one of the things I really, really like about her. Just maybe not the substance of bone or width throughout that I'd like to see in comparison to that class winner today. 3/4. This is a little bit closer placing for me, but I do like the length of body, the depth of barrel, and length of rear barrel, and what we're seeing on this spotted doe standing here next in line over the young lady's doe, standing directly behind her. 4th from the end, 3rd from the end. For me, this is just a little bit more of a dairy placing, looser, more pliable skin, more openness to rib, a little bit more spring of rib than what we're seeing in the young man's doe standing here 3rd from the end. Young man's doe 3rd from the end over the two does standing directly behind him. Definitely the smallest outline, the smallest frame doe in the class. But when you go to get your hands on her, I think she is definitely the most feminine of the 3, really in regards to that loose, pliable skin as they move about the ring, but a really good class from top to bottom here today.
Well, good morning. Awfully excited to be here and to work through your guys' goat show here this evening, and awfully excited for the event that's going to happen here tonight. Good way to get things kicked off and started. Class 1 on our market goat show. I thought a pair of them here up top that I liked a good bit. Between the pair, the young lady's tan-headed goat, I just love from the side. I think his height, the shoulder, length of blade, and to me, the comfort of his spine when set in motion is so good. Where he's got the definite advantage over the goat in 2 is when you step on either side of him, this goat's more pried apart and opened up right there to the base of his chest and his sternum. He stays more comfortable and relaxed in terms of the center of his back, set and cushion and plant to his hind leg. And then, yeah, with that, I think he's ranker, he's stouter about his head, shorter about his ear, and just paints a better image right here from this side. 1 and 2 is maybe just a shot crisper and just a shot edgier in terms of his tone and his texture, right out of the backside of his blade and his shoulder. That goat just doesn't come with the same just feature there at the surface as our class winner does. We got to stouten him up in terms of his arm, broaden him in terms of his chest, and just relax him right there in the center of his back when he goes in motion. But there's just more real genuine horsepower in that one than the goat coming in 3. Goat in 3, skinny, raw, immature, but I like this goat. I think his balance is really good. He is jet level down his back. He is skinny necked. For me, though, that goat's just a little skinny, just a little green. That one just needs more time to flesh and bulk the runs with the ones ahead of him. And then him too, when we set him in motion, I could relax him and just set him back and the angle to his knee, just the shade. But I like the extra texture that his muscle comes with. I like that goat in terms of his chest comparative to the 2 here that are going to go ahead and round out. Young ladies, spot backs one coming next is one that you got to appreciate up front. That goat's got some height to his shoulder. He's got some length and extension there ahead of his blade. For me, though, in relation to the goats in front of him, we just get right here. He's just the flattest one of the initial top 4. Just needs more punch and flesh and power to move up in this particular class. And the red goat, that's going to go ahead and round out, I think, very similar story. In terms of his look up front, his height, the shoulder, and elevation, he just needs more punch, needs more power. I want to strengthen that goat right out of the backside of his blade and shoulder. But an awesome class to get things kicked off and started. If you guys would, give those kids a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 87, lightweight boar goat weathers. First, Hollis Mosley. Second, Avery Moore. Third, Samuel Oswald. Fourth, Taylor Reilly. And fifth, Mason Appleton. Now entering the ring, Class 88 lightweight Boar Weathers.
All right, so over here on the dairy side, we've got two does here. For me, the Nubian here, the head of the line, she's just a little bit more feminine when you go and study her from the side profile. She's longer, leaner from that head and neck down into that shoulder assembly. She's carrying a little bit more true width through that chest floor than what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her. I love her total length of body as well. She's longer from hooks to pins. She's wider from throw to throw. She's definitely more longer. She's the longest in terms of her loin than what we're seeing the young ladies doe standing here in 2 today. Young ladies doe standing in 2, I wish she was just a little bit more wider through that chest floor, width through the hocks, and a little bit more condition overall to be competitive with the doe ahead of her. But 2 good Nubian does here in our junior yearling class.
Good class, too, and I think a pretty logical place in my mind to start. The young man's goat here out front. We're going to turn to the front. Like I said, I think a very logical place in my mind to start the young man's goat here up front in this particular class. When he gets him stopped and parked right here, that's an awful good image. Just in terms of the way that goat's skeleton's put together, his balance and his proportionality are so good. And then you can roll around the backside of these critters, and he's awfully impressive. Got a big, broad shape feeding right out of the backside of his blade. I really like this goat and where he's at in terms of flesh and maturity, the bulk and boldness he's got there to his forearm, and yet he's wedgy. He progresses in the right direction. He's big pin. He's got the right kind of shape in terms of his stifle and his glute muscle. Still handles himself in motion very well. Presented to the nines. The young man does a good job getting him shown. Young lady's goat here coming in second. He probably just doesn't come with just as much right there in the seat of his pants as our class winner does. I still like this goat. I think he's got some squareness and the broadness there to his chest, some height to shoulder, some length and extension up front. He's got more genuine, real shape and tone and texture comparative to the 2 goats coming directly behind him. Like we said, relative to our class winner, he's a little flatter there in terms of his cage and forearm. Doesn't have as much out back, right in his britches. We can change those things. I think that goat's got some quality within him. Young man's red goat coming next is one that I like in terms of basics. He does a good job getting him shown and presented. He's fed him extremely well. well. That goat's got some shape. He's got some body. Out here, as you step off and study the livestock from the side, we got to make him better balanced. He'll just want to deviate and break right out of the backside of his blade and shoulder. But I thought relative to the black goat coming next, there was just more flesh and bulk and just a softer body cavity in that particular goat. Young lady's black one I like. He's a big heavyweight, extended kind of a goat. Love his length of spine, love his extension. He's got big feet that work the way they need to. That goat just needs time and maturity. Got to open him up at the surface, give him more shape and muscle throughout. Young lady does a tremendous job. If you guys would, give Class 2 a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 88. First, William Robinson. Second, Alexis Wallace. Third, Robert Reilly. And fourth, Robert Reilly. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion lightweight Weather.
Good way to get things fired up here in Division One. Just two classes, but I think, boy, our first and our seconds are awfully high quality. I guess in my mind, really just comes down to the pair of class winners here up front for our champion and reserve in this respective division. I'll go through and talk about them real quick so you know where my mind's at. I thought Class 1 was good. Boy, starting at the ground on this goat, I love his feature. That is their big feet, big forearm. They work the way they need to. And yet I think as we kind of step back and study him here from the side, I think that goat's height, the shoulder, length, the neck, and top line balance is really, really good. I think for a lightweight goat, he's tremendous as we roll around the backside of him and study him from his loin forward, his shape, his upper cage, and forerib are absolutely awesome. I guess where I'm probably going to have some hiccups on this goat as we get right here, I got to ask, is the feature from loin forward, does his punch mouch out back in terms of upper hip, stifle, and just his glute shape, and right there to the seat of his pants? And then when we get right here, I think that goat maybe wants to deviate just a shot from the side in terms of his depth of body, from chine to chest, get just a little deeper, just a little waistier in terms of his lower body line from his sheath forward. But I still think that goat's very, very high quality. Young man's goat that is going to go ahead and win our second class. This goat I really like, and I think one from the side in terms of just painting the right image of balance and proportionality, he does so very good. I think his height, the length ratio, all those things match and they fit together. When he gets him stopped and parked, I love his underline quality. His top line is just absolutely seamless. I really like this goat too. When we get right here and get in behind him, I think his shape and his spread and his tone and his texture are so good. His body is really, really good. And I like where this goat's at in terms of the way that he wedges, his squareness to his upper hip, the shape he's got to his lower stifle, and right there through the seat of his pants is very, very good. I guess my biggest hiccup and where I want to change this goat, I wish we could just maybe make the carpet match the drapes a little bit, buddy. I wish we could stouten that goat open in terms of his feature, his foot, and his bone. But again, I think those are small, minute things. Really like the pair an awful lot. If you guys would, give all of our first and seconds here in Division One a nice round of applause. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
All right, so over here in the dairy goat ring, we have senior yearlings here, and for me, there are some trade-offs amongst the two, but I think as they walk about the ring, this red dose here at the head of the line, she's just the most flexible off of both ends of her skeleton for me today. I don't necessarily like her top line, especially in the area of her chine. I think she's significantly weaker there in regards to her chine in comparison to the doe standing behind her, but when you watch them walk about the ring, she is definitely the most functional off of both ends. She's really clean about that front side of her shoulder, and then the doe standing directly behind her today. 2 over 3, this is a general appearance placing in terms of total length of body, from hooks to pins and width from throw to throw. She's just matching that width from her rump structure all the way down to the base of her hocks and the base of her skeleton when we watch them move about the ring. And to me, she's just a little bit longer in regards to that chest plate, a little bit more desirable in regards to that front end assembly. 3 over 4, it is her turn in regards to the dariness. She's extremely open, extremely loose in terms of that pliable skin. Just maybe not necessarily the ideal rump structure than what we see on the two winners ahead of her to be a little bit more competitive, but I still like that dariness about her. And then 4 over 5, this placing here, this is a little bit closer in my mind as well. She's a little bit more longer. She's a little bit leaner from that head and neck down in that front end assembly. I would like to fix that rump structure on both of these does, make her a little bit more level. I think it would help the flexibility off that end of their skeleton. But 2 does here that are very complementable to each other.
Your champion lightweight boar weather is exhibited by William Robinson. Reserve champion is shown by Hollis Mosley. Now in the ring, class 89 middleweight boar weathers. Placings for class 37 on the dairy side. First, Cooper Walters. Second, Corbin Bullhofer. Third, Landon Gould. Fourth, Elise Henrich. And fifth, Landon Gould. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Nubian Junior Doe.
To go ahead and be our champion and reserve in this respective division. I thought quality represented the whole way through in this class, and probably some variety in terms of shapes and sizes and kinds. I really like the pair of goats we have here on the upper end of this class, but both of them are just a little bit different. But in my mind, I thought it's so hard to deny what's going to be our champion middle here and the young man's up front. That goat from the side, I think, is balanced, is still very, very good. I think most importantly, when you get on either side of of this goat. He overwhelms and just swallows the rest of this class in terms of chest and feature. And that's the biggest back, roundest bodied one that's come through the gate thus far. And then yet he still progresses right. He's big pinned. He's got a good kind of a shape out back. Is he just as whistle necked and neat and tidy about his blade and shoulder as the 1 and 2? Absolutely not. But I'm going to live with it because he comes with just so much more in terms of feature and just genuine width and horsepower. The goat in second hits the gate. Boy, that is my speed and my kind. And knows it like me. That thing is tall-shouldered, whistle-necked, and he is so high-headed. I love his head. I love his ear. That goat's cadence and presence is so good. I think when push comes to shove, you just get right here and you got to ask yourself, is there just enough? That goat gets the flattest of the initial top trio in terms of his body wall, probably just the flattest and just the most cut up right there through the seat of his britches. But in terms of just skeletal quality, look and build, and then to me, freshness, tone, and texture, where he beats the spot back goat in 3. Young ladies here coming next. I like this goat. You want to work him up in reserve and say, hey, he's stouter about his head, he's broader about his forehead, but he's just more opened up in terms of pin and shape and power out back. I'm not going to argue with you. Just for me, though, when we study the livestock from the side, I thought that goat wants to get the highest in terms of his chine bone. He'll deviate the most right out of the backside of his blade. And then of the initial top trio, he is the plainest and the most vanilla in terms of his touch and tone up high. Got to give that goat just more real genuine shape, but I like his punch. I like his power. Young ladies, tanned apple goat, I think just from a basics, a skeleton standpoint is ultra good. That goat's got a beautiful front end design. He's balanced, he's sound, and he's flexible. He is fresh in terms of his condition and composition. I like where he's at in terms of his height and his hair quality. For me, though, that goat doesn't have enough power or just genuine width. The run with the 3 in front of him comes just a flattest and the most closed up there at the surface. And then the young ladies here, it's going to go ahead and round out this particular class. Maybe comes with just a shout more genuine width and bulk and muscle compared to the young ladies goat in front of her. For me, though, this goat just doesn't balance up as good. Got a strengthening there out of the backside of his shoulder. He comes the steepest and roundest there in terms of his hip and the most uncoordinated in terms of his hind leg. But a nice class there. If you guys would, go ahead and congratulate our middleweight division.
All right, so over here on the dairy side, we have our champion lineup for our Nubian breed, and the first place animals closest to me, second place animals directly behind them in their respective classes. And to me, between this front lineup, I think there's a doe that just really exemplifies the class in regards to her general appearance. She's just really long. She balances up really well. She's really powerful through that front end assembly. She's keeping that shoulder nice and tight to that body wall, keeping those elbows tight as they move about the ring. And kind of like I talked about in their respective classes, I think it's really hard to separate because then when you start talking about it and comparing our champion to our reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer, but it's really hard to steer away from that consistency that we had in class. So I'm going to go with our senior kid class. Our senior first place is going to be champion. Our senior second place is going to be reserve.
Your champion Nubian Junior Doe is shown by Parker Walters. Her trophy is sponsored by Red Dirt Excavation LLC. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Chloe Pierciak. Her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. Now entering the ring on the dairy side, class 38 Oberhausley Intermediate Kids. Your placings for class 89 on the meat goat side. First place and champion middleweight, Carson Dice. Second place and reserve champion, Clayton Moore. Third place, Allie Moore. Fourth, Ava Kendall. And fifth, Briella Rainey. In the ring now, class 90 heavyweight Boar Weathers.
Just going to leave these here as they sit, and going to start with the young lady up front here in the pink shirt. She's got her class winner, and I think dominant in my mind. When she gets this one stopped and parks from the side, boy, he paints a good image. I think everything fits together on that particular goat, but where he really puts the nail in the coffin is when you get right here. He is big and bright out of the backside of his blade. Awesome forehead, big chested and arm, and this right here in terms of hip and stifle and right in the seat of his pants is absolutely big and ginormous and probably just as impressive as we've seen to this particular point. That a nice goat to win this particular class. Of the young lady's goat in second, no slouch, just runs in the one that's got just so much horsepower out back. I like this goat. He's probably just a little slicker necked and maybe handles a little bit of a square hind leg comparative to her class winner, but it's just when we get right here, we get our hands on this goat. He's just a little plainer, just a little bit more vanilla in terms of his touch. But to me, that goat just want to fade and funnel out back. He'll close up in terms of his pin, get just a little flatter in terms of his stifle and his lower cheek and oopty here from the side. But I think in terms of skeleton and build, feature and presentation and body shape, it's really high quality and needs to be second in this particular class. Like the traditional headed goat here coming next. I think a basic standpoint are good. I think it's got some feature and some just substance of bone down low. Got a good kind of a look. He's got a good shape and texture right there on the backside of his blade and shoulder. Relative to the top pair we get right here, just the flattest and the most concaved in terms of his forehead. He too will just want to fade and funnel out back just the shot. And then the young lady's red goat that's going to round out. Love this goat's balance, length of spine, length of front end, his just angles and flexibility are really, really good. This goat's got some shape there to his cage and his body. We just get right here and get on top of him, just a little green and immature. I think time, flesh, and maturity get that goat to bulk up. He can move up in this class. But if you guys would, give our first class of heavyweights a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 90, first Hollis Mosley, second Hensley Mosley, third Josephine Kendall, fourth Ava Kendall. We're now showing Class 91 heavyweight Boar Weathers.
All right, over here on the dairy side, we have our Oberhausley breed here. And for me, I'm going to stick with one that's a little bit more true to the breed characteristics in terms of that dark bay, brown, and black dorsal than what we're seeing on the doe standing too. But when you look outside those breed characteristics and you look at the general appearance, she's just a tremendously longer bodied individual. She's showcasing a little bit more width through that chest floor. She's walking on a straighter set of feet and legs today than what we're seeing on the doe standing two. This doe standing in two, I'd like to fix that rump structure a little bit, especially as they move about the ring. She's a little steep from hooks to pins and not necessarily as wide from thorough to thorough. And with this class too, they are the only two Oberhausley representatives for our breed. So first place is going to be champion. Second place is going to be reserve.
Your champion, Oberhausley Junior Doe, is shown by Emma Verhey. Her trophy is sponsored by Walter's Seamless Gutters. Your reserve champion is also shown by Emma Verhey, and her trophy is sponsored by Windy Flats Farm. Now entering the ring, Class 39, recorded grade, junior kids.
Good class of heavies, and be frank, if you don't get the warm and fuzzies when this one walks in, you just probably plain and simple need to get a new hobby. That's good stock. That thing's feet are absolutely ginormous. They work and motor just in the way that they're supposed to. And then when you can paint one like this from the side in terms of length of blade, have a neck that is that rope and skinny like, and yet have that kind of horsepower up top in terms of shape and body, that much power out back. Pretty good goat to win this class, but he does a good job getting him shown. I think after that, there's some discussion that can be had in 2, 3, and 4, because I like all these goats, but all of them I probably got a problem with that I want to change and modify. I thought the young man's traditional paint goat here, to me, I think his balance is better than the goat in 2 and 3, and I think he's more opened up in the goat in 3. In terms of his chest, genuine width, you study that goat in terms of his forerib design, he's very, very impressive. I wish he was leaner and rawer and more aggressive in terms of his shape and his tone, but to me, I think his top line balance, stoutness of head, broadness of chest lead him to be a very, very logical second in my mind. Like the feature, like the flex and just comfort of the black paint goat coming next. A sound, athletic. Young lady does a good job getting him shown. He's tall-shouldered. Got a good look up front. We just got to strengthen this goat in terms of his spine. He'll get just a little loose and just weak right there out of the backside of his blade and his shoulder. And I thought of the 3 remaining. He's probably just the thickest pelted, plainest touching one. But I thought in terms of his feature, looseness of build, punch, and power, that's where he had the advantage over the black goat. I like the black goat from his loin forward. I think his shape, I think his body are very, very good. For me, though, this goat fades in funnels. We get right here. He's the narrowest pin goat, comes the flattest there in terms of his stifle, the shape he's got there to just his cheek and right there through the seat of his pants. But I think going forward, goat's got a tremendous amount of quality. Good class. If you guys would, give him a nice round of applause. Excited to get into our heavyweight draft.
Placings for Class 91, first place, Blaine Grogan. Second, Miles Gardner. Third, Delaney Haywood. And fourth, Addison Quinton. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion heavyweight, Boar Weather.
Awesome 2 classes of heavies we had, and I think all 4 of these goats are ultra high quality and certainly in contention and in the hunt for champion and reserve out here in this particular division. We'll go through and talk about them just real quick. I thought class 1 here in our heavies was real good. I thought these goats were similar. I thought between the pair, the one we landed on, boy, he has got a big old stout melon on him, broad chest. That goat's shape and tone right out of the backside of his blade is absolutely awesome. Big loin, feet's big out back in terms of just the shape he's got. And when the young lady gets him stopped and gets him parked from the side, I like where he's at in terms of his balance and his proportionality. When we set the livestock in motion, I could maybe manage where he's at in terms of his knee and his hind leg just a little bit. He'll want to search and just get just a little outside of himself. But boy, his chest, his arm, his shape, and his body, very, very good. I thought the goat that was second to him rib. We talked about that goat maybe being just a little slicker and just slimmer in terms of his neck. For me, though, that goat, we got a question on him, just genuine shape and touch and tone. Get just a little bland, just a little vanilla. As he comes back, he'll kind of fade and funnel. Just got done with this class, and we talked about our class winner. He is lights out good, buddy. Those feet are as big as you can put on one, and for them to work and motor in the right direction that they do is very, very impressive. And then you have to have feet that big, a chest that broad, and a neck that skinny to have that much in terms of just caboose and power out back is very, very impressive. Then we talked about the paint goat. I like that goat. I think he is a broad, stout, good heavyweight goat. He's rank about his head. He's big about his chest. Get right here. He feeds really big and broad out of the backside of his blade. We talked about, I got to call that goat just fresh enough and good enough in terms from a handle quality perspective. Of the four, he's probably pushing the most there over his body wall and forehead. You call him fresh enough. Certainly think he's in the hunt. Don't think it's any secret where I'm going. Excited to see our class winner of our last class under the big lights tonight, buddy.
Your champion heavyweight boar weathers exhibited by Blaine Grogan. Your reserve champion is shown by Hollis Mosley.
All right, so for our first class of recorded grades, I'm going to go ahead and start with this Taugasonan type doe standing here at the head of the line. For me, she's just walking around the ring with stronger set in feet and legs, more particular in those rear pasterns as they move about the ring today. She's a little bit longer bodied as well. She's definitely not the deepest in regards to her ribs. She's not the deepest in regards to her barrel. But when you start comparing those features, I think she's also the cleanest out through her front end assembly, especially that point of shoulder. She's not as protruding forward past that chest plate like the young lady's Sonnet type doe standing here in 2. 2 over 3 is it is her turn in regards to that dariness perspective. She's an extremely open, extremely well-sprung individual in regards to her spring of rib. And when you look at that body, she has that depth of body, that depth of rear rib, and that she excels that over the 2 doe standing behind her today. The doe standing here in 3 in regards to general appearance, probably the one that excels the most, especially in the area of that top line. She's extremely level from hooks to pins. She's wide from throw to throw. And you see her from her shoulder on back. I mean, she's as flat as a board as she walks around the ring. Just wish she's a little bit stronger on those set feet and legs to be more competitive today. Young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line. Nothing to take away in regards to her stance and her flexibility off of both ends. Just not necessarily as wide through her chest, width through those hocks to be more competitive with the does ahead of them today. But class top to bottom.
Placings for class 39. First, Austin Hensley. Second, Haley Summerfield. Third, Nicole Hensley. And fourth, Keziah Dunham. Now entering the ring, class 40, recorded grade, intermediate kids.
First class here in our market does, and I think a nice class here. And I thought the pair of them here up top, close in my mind, I guess the one that wins, I just like that goat's build. I think her height, the shoulder, length, the neck, just her balance, her proportionality. To me, her length of hip, set and range of motion to her hind leg is very, very good. I thought came with enough in a lightweight setting in terms of this punch and power as we get right here, study shape and body. Obviously, it's where the goat in 2's got the advantage. This goat up high is very, very good. Her shape, the roundness to her cage and body are super impressive. She is a big pinned. I love her shape and just the power she's got out back. We get off and study the livestock from this side. She's probably just a little bit more vertical in terms of her hind leg. Doesn't come with the same kind of just look and presence to the front part of her skeleton as our class winner. But in terms of punch and genuine horsepower, like that goat a lot. Goat comes in 3, just too green, raw, and immature. But I think everything's there her arm, her feature, her head, her look are very, very good. She just looks a little harsh, just a little hard. I think time, maturity, and flesh will be this one's friend. Nice first class of market does. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 92 lightweight weather dams. First, Skylar Sheets. Second, Mackenzie Oswald. Third, Mackenzie Oswald. Now entering the ring, Class 93 middleweight weather dams.
This is probably just as deep of a class as we've had. And I know just three, but I think all three of them, depending on the day, depending on the evaluator, I think can be jumbled up in every which way. Imagine, because I think all of them have got some intangibles and got some pieces that I really, really like. And I thought the one that we're going to go ahead and win with, to me, she combines and encompasses the two goats directly behind her. I think from the side, that goat's got the balance and that neat kind of look. The goat in two, but I think as we get up on them is where she's really got the definite advantage. Right here, to me, the way she feeds up high, the shape of her rib cage and forerib are so good, the size of her forearm, and then to me, the shape, the texture she's got over her loin, the broadness to her pin, and just the added shape and power that she's got out back. Very, very impressive. I think stoutness ahead, broadness of chest, arm feature, and just genuine bulk and width up high lead her to win this particular class. This goat in two has got some very, very wild pieces, and I like those things about her. Boy, that thing is slick necked, neat headed, and awesome eared, and anybody that knows me knows that's the kind I'm gravitated to. I want to draw in on. when you get her stopped and when you get her parked from the side, she paints the image I'm after. She comes stronger in terms of her spine. I like where she's at up front in terms of her chest and her body, her shape and her power. We set the goats in motion, though. I think this one just wants to fall into too many pieces. She'll deviate and break right out of the backside of her shoulder. We can strengthen this goat's spine, stouten her up in terms of actual rear foot and ankle. Then I think it gets really close because that thing's head, her ear, her neck, her look and presence is very, very unique. You just got to come just a little stouter, just a little better in motion in terms of her strength and spine. The one here in 3 from her loin forward is so good. Big back, broad, round, and opened up in terms of her rib cage. Just from her loin back, she'll pinch there, right there at her heel. And of the initial top 3, the narrowest in terms of her pin, just the flattest there in terms of her stifle and just her shape she's got to her cheek and her oopty. But I like that goat's loin forward shape and body, and I really like where she's at in terms of just feature, foot, and bone down low. Nice class. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 93. First place in champion middleweight, Camry Cornell. Second place and reserve champion, Maxwell Perez Escobedo. And third place, Skylar Sheets. We're now showing Class 94 heavyweight weather dams. On the dairy side, placings for Class 40, first place, Chloe Pierciak. Second, Haley Summerfield. Third, Bailey Coleman. And fourth, Chloe Pierciak. Now in the ring, Class 41, recorded grade, senior kids.
Really high quality pair, I think, to round out our market doe show. And I think both these goats have come with a tremendous amount of quality. I guess the differences between them, in my mind, is when they're here from the side, I think our class winner is just a little smoother and just neater hinged in terms of her top line balance. I think where she blends out of the backside of her blade, she's fresher, fuller, better over her loin. I mean, I like the shape that she's got and just the added spread and dimension to her upper hip and pin set. And especially as we get right here and study them on the 3/4 angle and study that goat stifle, study the inner part of her glute and just cheek. I think just a little stouter, just a little broader. And then to me, what really defines it is up front. I think she's square, broader in terms of her chest. She's fresher right there to the base of her chest and her sternum. When the young lady gets this one rocking and rolling, she gets that thing to run right uphill, become beautiful underline. I love where she's at in terms of her stoutness ahead. She is robust and bold. From her loin forward, she feeds really big up high. I love her rib cage. I love her full rib design. Comparative to her class winner, that goat gets just a little plainer in terms of her touch and her tone. She'll wash out right there at the heel of her loin, but to me, she just doesn't have as much out back as her class winner. I thought I got just a little plainer right there to the base of her chest and sternum as her on the front side of the livestock. That's a really, really high-end pair of them. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Your champion heavyweight weather dam is shown by Blaine Grogan. The reserve champion is exhibited by Hollis Mosley. Now entering the ring, Class 95 lightweight commercial does. On the dairy side, placings for Class 41, first, Parker Walters, second, Emma Verhey, third, Christopher Myers. Now entering the ring, Class 43, recorded grade, senior yearling.
All right, so we have a single entry here over in our dairy side, and it's a recorded grade junior yearling. So the Nubian Promise Doe here. So I really like the way she profiles up, especially when viewed from the side. I really like her front 1/3 of her skeleton, where she's really blended nice and neat from that head and neck down into that shoulder. I would like to widen her up just a little bit more. She's really narrow between the hocks as she walks away from me today, but well deserving of blue ribbon here in this junior yearling class.
Nice first class here in our commercial doe show, and I think logically fits together in my mind. I think the young man's traditional headed goat that we're going to go ahead and start with. To me, initial impression is that one comes in the ring, hits you awfully good. Love her head, love her ear, love her chest, and just her arm and her substance down low. The looseness of build she's got in terms of the way she's hinged to her hind leg. And I think on top of that, you get on top of the goats, I think spread, I think dimension just overwhelms this particular class. I don't think she's probably just at 12 o'clock yet. I think time and maturity, get that goat to flesh and bulk up. I think long-term value is good. We could make her just a little taller right there at the point of her shoulder. But out here, I think she's a very, very logical place to start. Young lady's kind of tan or blonde one here coming in two. One that I really like in motion. I think so sound, so flexible, so loose in terms of the way that her joints are constructed. She's beautiful up front in terms of her blade, in terms of just her length of neck and the way she's constructed to the front third of her body. You get on top of these goats, and there's just not as much of her. She's just a little raw, just a little green yet. Doesn't have the same edge and texture as the one that's going to win this particular class or division. But I think in terms of just skeletal quality, I thought she was a logical place in my mind to fit over the young lady's goat in three. Traditional headed goat in three, one you got to like. I think a goat that's got some boldness there in terms of her upper cage and forerib. You just got to make that goat looser hinged off either end of her skeleton. Just gets a little straighter and more vertical. But a good class, if you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 95, first place and champion lightweight commercial doe, shown by Blaine Grogan. Second place in reserve was exhibited by Josephine Kendall. And third place, Briella Rainey. We're now showing Class 96 middleweight commercial doe. On the dairy side, placings for Class 42, first place, Nora Gamble. We're now showing Class 43 recorded grade senior yearling.
just two of them here in this middleweight deal, but I think two really, really high quality goats again. And I think both of them just a little bit different in terms of the way that they're represented at the young man. So we're going to start with here up front. I just like that goat skeleton. I think her look and her balance, when that one hits the gate, I think she's high headed and flat back, bendy and loose in terms of the way that her hind legs constructed. And yet still got a good kind of a shape and texture there to her muscle at a very, very logical place to start. I like the black-headed doe. It's going to go ahead and be a second in reserve here in our middles. I think one that as you get right here and study shape and body, progression of width, I think's very, very good. When we set them in motion, though, I want to modify and change this goat up front in terms of her knee, just in terms of her shoulder. She'll come just a little bit more open right out of the backside of her shoulder, get just a little bit more awkward in terms of the way that her knee comes right at you, but in terms of just getting behind them and talking about shape and body and just being opened up and practical, I got a very, very high quality one. If you guys would give our middleweight doe exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 96. First place and champion middleweight was shown by William Robinson. Second place in reserves exhibited by Clayton Moore. We're now showing Class 97 heavyweight commercial does. On the dairy side, placings for Class 43. First place, Tessa Pruitt. Second place, Heather Garrison. Third, Elise Henrich. And fourth, Audrey Pruitt. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, recorded grade, junior doe.
Really, really good pair of heavyweight commercial does, and going to go ahead and leave them as they are. And with both of them being just as high quality as they are, boy, they're just a little bit different in terms of just kind of the things they represent. To me, I think it's hard to deny the young man's traditional headed one to win this particular deal, because I think that one, in terms of just the word genuine, boy, she fits me to a T. I love just the stoutness to her head, the broadness to her chest. And to me, just the stoutness to her mug and jaw and just arm and chest, I think are all of the indicators of what's there back. She's broader in terms of her back. She is bolder and rounder, more impressive in terms of the way that her rim cage is constructed and put together. And then when you set them in motion, watch them come, watch them go, she's more genuine. She's more opened up there at the surface. If we could change this particular goat, I want to change her. She'll get a little short and a little round in terms of her hip. hip. Want to lengthen her hip out, pick her stout tail up, and set it just a little higher there to give her just a neater image in terms of balance and proportionality here from the side. But I still think everything fits on that particular go. So hard to deny in this class in terms of just genuine horsepower. Black-headed one coming in two is one that I really like. She's got the advantage out back in terms of probably just length and levelness there to her hip and her rump. And she too is really opened up in terms of her chest, the spread she's got from her sternum to her knee to the base of her toe is very, very impressive. She'll get a little fragile jawed for me. You really dig in under the hair. She's a little flatter bodied, but I thought what really was a nail in the coffin is when we get right here, watch them go away. This still wants to funnel. For as broad as she is in her chest, she'll funnel out back in terms of her stifle and her cheek, and she'll want to come in, get just a little sickle in terms of her hock. But boy, she's got a big spread up high. She's got a big chest, got a good kind of a look from the side. It's a really high quality pair of heavyweight does. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
All right, so over here on the dairy side, we have our champion lineup for our recorded grades. First place closest to me in their respective age classes, second place directly behind them. And I think top to bottom, like I've said most of the day, to me, I think really good representation, especially with the recorded grades being the traditional, what most other species would consider their crossbreds, to where there's two different breeds, at least two different breeds, I should say, amongst the breeding program that these does are representing. And for me, nothing to take away from our two older does and nothing to take away from our youngest doe, but I think our closest competition lies here in between our intermediate and our senior kid classes. And when we start looking at first and second places and we start looking at their comparatives, especially with general appearance being such a huge factor for our junior does, I think there's one that's just slightly better in regards to that general appearance perspective. She's just a little bit more naturally level across that top line, more specifically in the area that shined today. And then when you go and look at her from her width perspective, she's the widest from thorough to thorough with that true natural width to the base of her skeleton. And nothing to take away from the doe that's on the other side of her too. It's just that she's not as clean, not as elegant, not as presented. The young lady here in the middle with the Alpine type doe is going to be our champion recorded grade. Reserve is going to be a little bit closer because kind of like I was talking with them in their respective classes, those two does were really, really comparable. I really, really like the front end assembly of this Oberhausley type doe. She is so uphill. She is so tall at the point of her shoulders. She's tallest at the point of her withers. And when we start talking about top line, she's very comparative. She's maybe not as wide through her chest floor as width between the hocks as we see on our breed champion, but I think she's still going to be consistent enough. And like I said, I really like the intermediate kid as well, but I'm going to stick in that same class. My Oberhausley type doe is going to be reserved.
On the dairy side, your champion recorded grade junior doe is exhibited by Parker Walters. Her trophy is sponsored by Kim and Mike Pinto. Your reserve champion is shown by Emma Verhey, and her trophy is sponsored by Walters Seamless Gutters.
Good class here, and a lot of variety in terms of just kinds and skeleton, but I think it fits together in my mind very logically. And I really like the the pair of does here on the upper end of this particular class, and I thought those were the ones as they kind of came in the ring. Initial impression was very, very good. To me, the traditional headed doe I think is just the best built of the initial top two. I like where she's at in terms of the comfort and the laid backness to her blade and knee, the length and levelness to her hip, and just range of motion when we ask the livestock to get out and go in motion. And I think as you get right here, there's still plenty in terms of just shape and boldness and body to win this particular class at a logical place to start. There's pieces and parts of the red doe that I like a tremendous amount. I love her substance, her bone, her foot, her feature down low is so good, and all that correlates to what she's got up high, stout in terms of her head, broad in terms of her chest, and really opened up. She's probably as just stout, broad, and opened up as anything in this particular class. But with that, probably where her problems kind of come into line, this note will get just a little far forward in terms of her blade and knee. She's more vertical in terms of her hind leg. We got to make that one longer, level her out of her hip. We can change those things structurally, change where she's at in terms of the way her hip and rump's constructed, her width, her feature is something that I really like. The black dappled doe here, the kind of the cape shouldered one, I love in terms of just her looseness to build. I think is sound, athletic, and so mobile when you ask them to get out and go in motion. I think her balance is very, very good from the side. Her levelness, her strength of spine, she's really impressive in terms of the way her rib cage and her forerib is designed and put together. For me, though, this doe just got a little plainer here from the side in terms of, we study right there the base of her chest and sternum, maybe pushing just a little extra fluff and condition comparative to the two in front of them. But I thought a doe that was very, very high quality. The red dapple coming next, another one that I think in terms of just look and build super good. She probably comes just a little more opened up right there to the base of her chest comparative to the black dappled shouldered one coming in front of her. For me, though, when we set them to go in motion, I didn't think she maintained her top line integrity as good. This doe will get a little high in her chine bone and get just a little weaker right there in the center of her spine. So if we can set her chine down and just make that one stronger in terms of her spine, I think her hind leg is loosely constructed. I think her chest is broad and opened up. And the young lady is going to round out her top five, brings us one that probably just a little younger, just a little bit more mature. I think her balance is super good. She's awesome in terms of her front end. Her height, the shoulder, the skinniness and attractiveness of the front part of her body is also impressive comparative to the four in front of her. Just ran out of horsepower in terms of his feature and boldness. Time and maturity will favor her. Similar stories here for the does here that are going to go ahead and round out. I thought all three of them had the right kind of build and skeleton, just needed more time and maturity to move up in this particular class. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for class 98. First, Clayton Moore. Second, Aubrey Keene. Third, Addison Quinton. Fourth, Hadley Quinton. Fifth, Briella Rainey. Sixth, Molly Miller. Seventh, Charlotte Herdink. And eighth, Molly Miller. We're now showing class 99 Bordeaux 6 months to under 9.
So this is our class of senior yearlings here in the Sonnen breed, and two does here that I think are really good quality in regards to the Sonnen breed. My doe that I started with the class, she's a lot more elevated in regards to the point of her shoulder. She's a little bit more naturally level across that top line, more specifically from hooks to pins, and she's walking on a stronger set of feet and legs due to her shorter pasterns than the doe standing in two. The doe standing in two, I wish she would have been just a little bit more wider throughout, a little bit more substance of bone to be competitive with the doe ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 46 on the dairy side. First place, Jonathan Vaughn. Second place, Henry Vaughn. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Sonnen Junior Doe.
So this is my class for champion Sonnen and breed, and the three does closest to me first in their respective age divisions. And I think as we watch them walk about the ring, I think there's one that just really exemplifies the rest of her contemporary. She's the strongest on her feet and legs. She's the widest throughout naturally, especially when you see her walking to you and walking away from you. And then when you view her from the side, I think she's just the most naturally level, more specifically in the area of that loin down in her hip. My senior yearling is going to be my champion doe of the day. And then when we pull second place to her, not necessarily the strength or substance of bone than what we're seeing on our champion of the day. So when I go down and I look at these two younger does that's standing in front of her, the one I think that's the closest in regards to being similar to her in terms of being clean fronted and level across that top line, a little bit more desirable in regards to her hip shape and structure is the senior kid here in the middle. She is going to be reserved.
Really logical place in my mind to start with young ladies Dapple Doe here up front. Boy, beautiful to look at here from the side. I love her balance. That doe's front end design is so impressive. That is a skinny, long, attractive neck. Her balance from there back is so good. And yeah, with that, being the neatest looking, the best built, the best balance, that goat's still the most overwhelming out here as you study just genuine width and feature and body presented to the nines, shown to the nines. Awful big fan of that particular doe. I think after that, there's some discussion that can be had on a lot of different things that you can do if you'd like. To me, young man's traditional headed doe, one that probably continuously grew on me in this particular class. And I think she's just really hard to kind of poke a hole in. I think you study her at her foundation, love her extra substance in terms of feature, of foot and bone. I think relative to the two directly behind her, she is stronger and more correct in terms of where her spine lays within to her skeleton. And I think with that, as you get right here, she is bolder and more impressive in terms of the way that her rib cage and forerib are put together. excuse me, I thought a very, very logical place in my mind to sit right there in 2. The painted up, the black dappled one here coming next. Initial impression, she came in the ring was really good. I love her rib cage. I love her genuine chest width. She's probably just a little neater in terms of the way her head and ear are constructed comparative to the one directly in front of her. The longer out here, the more we study that goat, watch her go in motion, she'll get just a little loose in terms of her spine. I want to set her down in terms of her chine bone, strengthen her right there out of the backside of her blade, but I think her basics in terms of skeleton are very, very good. The cape-shouldered, red-legged one's another one that I really like. I think that her look there through the front portion of her body is awesome in terms of just height, the shoulder extension. Her forerib design is really good. Got some features of genuine width at the surface. She too kind of battles and fights some of the same issues as we talked about in the dapple in front of them. We just got to strengthen that dough, make her better from a balance standpoint. She'll just get too loose and broken right there at the backside of her blade and shoulder. We can strengthen her spine. I like her feature. I like her look an awful lot. The red doe that's going to go ahead and come in 5 is one that I really like, and I think that she probably comes with advantage in terms of just strength, the spine, and just balance there to her top line comparative, maybe to the 2 directly in front of her. This for me though, I thought as we got right here, she came just a little bit more fragile there at the surface, and then as you step on either side of the goats, I thought relative to the ones in front of her, she just became the flattest and the most closed up. She needs more bone, she needs just more width and power the whole way through, but I like her look and I like her flexibility. I thought the 3 here that are going to go ahead and round out. I thought this doe right here, love her look, love her balance, love her feature. Just needs more time and maturity. Same can be said about the dapple coming next. Beautiful to look at from the side. Got to square her up in terms of her hind leg, give her more flesh and maturity. And then the majority red one that's going to go ahead and round out probably comes with more feature. Comes with more bulk and power and genuine width comparative to the 2 in front of her. To me, though, she doesn't put it in seamless enough package. Got to make her balance up just a shade better from the side. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause. Another awesome class.
Placings for Class 99, first, Hollis Mosley, second, Elliott Keene, third, Cecilia Keene, fourth, Maddox Keene, fifth, Kate Cordy, sixth, Kate Cordy, seventh, Adeline Grundy, and eighth, Mason Appleton. We're now showing Class 100 Bordeaux, 12 months to under 18.
And we're starting our sable show over here on the dairy side. And the young man's doe that I'm going to go ahead and start off with, she's finding the lead a lot here today, but I think if she was walking around the ring, I think she'd have the greatest amount of ease in regards to that front end assembly. She mainly doesn't tie the highest or cleanest about her head and neck into that shoulder. But when you look at the back 2/3 of her, I think that's where she really excels the class, showcasing a lot of spring of rib, that depth of body throughout, that depth of rib throughout, and what we're seeing the 2 does standing behind her. And then when you step in and evaluate them from behind, she's got the greatest arch to that escutcheon. She's got the greatest width in between the hocks as they move about the ring today. 2 over 3, this is a little bit closer placing in my mind, but she is a longer bodied, a more dairy individual than what we're seeing on the young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line. Tremendous power in terms of that front end assembly in comparison to younger doe here standing 3rd in line. Just wish she had a little bit more spring of rib and that depth of rib today to be competitive with that doe ahead of her. The young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line, she just needs a little bit more growth, a little bit more maturity to fill out that body just a little bit more. She's really narrow through that chest floor, really narrow in terms of that width between the hocks as she moves about the rings, but still good quality sables to start off our portion of the show.
Placings for Class 47 on the dairy side. First, Landon Gould. Second, Landon Gould. Third, Elise Henrich. We're now showing Class 48, Sable Senior Yearling.
another good class here as we get into our older does. And I think some variety and a lot of different ways you could go out here. I thought in my mind, I thought these two here at the upper end of this class were the ones that, as they kind of came in and hit the gate, hit me the hardest from an initial impression standpoint. I thought the young lady's black-headed one. To me, I think balance, proportionality, all those things are very good. I think looseness of build and just the way that her lower skeleton and joints are put together are awesome. And then with that, I thought she came with just the most in terms of just genuine width, bulk, and just body. Her rib cage, we could freshen her up just a little bit right there through her front end, the base of her breastplate, just freshen her up and lean her up a little bit. But to me, I think just a sound, bold, open up one that needs to win this particular class. Knowing too, love the intangibles of this one. She hits you hard, man. She comes in, that's a good head and ear, big chest, big feet. She's got the right kind of shape and dimension up high that I'm after. I think for me, as we study them here from the side, that doe, we just need to relax in terms of her angles. She'll get just a little straighter, just a little bit more vertical off either end of her skeleton. But to me, I think just her genuine width, length of spine, and just her body and her forerib design are really, really good. Doe in 3 is one that I really like in terms of her look up front. I think her levelness of lines, her feature is really impressive in terms of her arm and her substance. For me out here, she's probably just a little raw and green looking, just looks a little hard. I want to soften that one up, just give her more bulk and power the whole way through. If we can give that doe more body, more power out back, I love her build and I love her feature. Young ladies here coming next is one you got to appreciate in terms of just her length of spine, just how sound and flexible she is. Paints a really good image up front. For me, though, that doe just gets the most closed up at the surface of the initial top 3. Just got to open her up the whole way through. But in terms of look and balance here from the side, ultra good. Young man's here is coming next. One that probably comes with more feature, boldness, and just opened upness. I like that about her. This doe's rib cage and just how much power she's got, super impressive. From the side, though, she probably just falls out of the equation for me in terms of just balance. We set the goats in motion. We got to strengthen that goat in terms of her spine. Just gets too loose, weak, and rigid in terms of the way she's constructed. But I think in terms of just boldness and feature, an awful high quality one. One that's going to round out, again, basics I think are awesome. Out here, I thought she just read the plainest, probably the most past her prime in terms of flesh and condition. Need to freshen her up, give her a neater look. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Places for Class 100. First, Josephine Kendall. Second, Cecilia Keene. Third, Avery Moore. Fourth, Aubrey Keene. Fifth, Maddox Keene. And sixth, Sarah Lyons. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Junior Bordeaux.
And then this is my lineup for our Sable Junior Doe champion. The first place doe is closest to me, second directly behind them. And to me, I think it's a really easy, logical place to go with. There's a doe closest to me. I think she just really excels in general appearance. She's really strong in regards to that top line. She's the strongest in regards to area that shines. She's got a more desirable slope to that from hooks to pins. As they walk about the ring, especially for age and maturity, she's walking with the greatest amount of natural width between the width in her chest floor, so the width through her front legs, and then as you take that width all the way throughout, the width through her hocks, and when she's walking away from you, young man here, the head of the line, his doe is going to be champion today. And then for reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer between our yearling and our second place kid in that class. There are some trade-offs amongst the two, but if we're still trying to talk about consistency in regards to that top line, in regards to that rump structure, I think it's really easy to follow within that same class. So second place is going to be reserve.
Get out here for a junior doe drive, and obviously the biggest show we've had from a numbers standpoint, and been real good, real high quality the whole way through. I think as we get out here to pick a champion in reserve in our junior does, I thought there was one in my mind that just rose to the top fairly fast, and haven't forgot about her since she came into the ring. I'll go out here, I'll get you a champion, and then we'll step back and study up and grab your reserve. But if you guys would, give them a a real nice round of applause and an awesome set of junior does.
Your champion, Junior Bordeaux, is shown by Hollis Mosley. Reserve champions exhibited by Clayton Moore. On the dairy side, your champion, Sable Junior Doe, is shown by Landon Gould. His trophy is sponsored by Johnson Brothers Showstock. Your reserve champion is also shown by Landon Gould, and his trophy is sponsored by Creative Floor Coverings. Your champion, Junior Bordeaux, is sponsored by Cornell Club Goats, and your reserve champions is sponsored by Romney Farms.
Just a single entry here, but certainly a doe that represents a tremendous amount of quality. This doe hits the gauge. She's high-headed, feminine, and awesome in terms of the way she's constructed to the front part of her body. Love her balance, love her looseness of build. If you guys would, give him a nice round of applause.
Your Class 101 winner is shown by Owen Keene. Now entering the ring, Class 102, Bordeaux, 24 months to under 30.
So starting off our Toggenburg breed, and these two does here are very similar in terms of their types and kinds. I think the one I'm electing to use today, just a little bit more growthy, a little bit more mature about her nature. She's a little bit taller at the point of her shoulder. She's a little bit wider through that chest floor as you view them from the front. As they walk about the ring, I wish I could fix her a little bit, especially in regards to that top line, the area of her chine. She does break just a little bit in that chine as she moves about the ring. But then also as they move about the ring, I think she's the less concerning in regards to that front end assembly. She doesn't have as many parts and pieces moving in regards to that shoulder assembly like the doe standing here in two. The doe standing here in two is extremely dairy individual. I love the Springer rib that she has. Just wish she's a little bit longer, deeper body to be competitive with that doe ahead of her today. So we have a single entry here in our Toggenburg yearling and a one that really withstood some good competition. The thing I would like to change about her is just that depth of barrel. She doesn't have much extension to that rear barrel going into that flank as a couple of the does that we've seen earlier in this respective breed class, but really well deserving of blue ribbon here today. Excited to compare her with the other two togs for champion tog.
Just three here in this class, and I think, three goats that all represent just a little bit of differences. The one that we're going to go ahead and start and lead off with, to me, I thought out here just the most overwhelming one in terms of feature, in terms of this boldness there, in terms of her chest and her body. That a very logical place to start. Young lady's coming next, one that I like from the side, especially up front. In terms of her height, the shoulder, her look up front ahead of her blades, awesome. For me, though, that goat just doesn't have as much as our class winner there. Just got to make that one bolder, stouter, more opened up the whole way through. Young man's just going to go ahead and round out like this doe in terms of just soundness and flexibility of her hind leg. For me, those we study them here from the side, want to strengthen her out of the backside of her blade, just make her balance up a shot better from the side. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 102, first place, Sarah Lyons. Second, Allie Moore. Third, Mason Appleton. We're now showing Class 103 Bordeaux, 30 months to under 36.
All right, so this is my champion lineup for the Toggenburg breed, and the two does closest to me are the ones in contention for champion. And as we go back and forth between the two, there are some trade-offs amongst them. I really like the width, the depth of body that this younger doe is showcasing. She's really long from nose to tail. She's really a little bit more desirable from hooks to pins as well. This older doe seems just a little bit shorter from hooks to pins and a little bit more narrow from throw to throw. Like I talked in her respective class, I would like to tie her a little bit neater in regards to that front end in terms of being taller at the point of her shoulder. But when we start comparing her to that dry doe or the dry yearling behind her, I think she's got enough good quality to surpass her for champion. So I'm going to use the senior kid as champion today. And then for reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer placing in terms of trying to figure out who's going to be the closest in comparison to our champion of the day. And when we start looking at overall structure and a little bit in terms of structural correctness, in terms of both ends of the skeleton and walking with flexibility off of both ends, they're both really comparable. But for me, I think I am going to go ahead and stick in that same class just because she is a little bit more level across that top line, more specifically from hooks to pins as they move about the ring. And kind of like what I said before, just a little bit more true width. So second place of that kid class is going to be reserved today.
Your champion Toggenburg Junior Doe is shown by Austin Hensley. His trophy is sponsored by Hillside Dairy Vaughn family. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Nicole Hensley, and her trophy is sponsored by Vaughn's Lawn Care. We will now be taking a short break on the dairy side.
Just going to go ahead and leave these here as they said. Young lady's Dapple is going to go ahead and win this particular class. And I think does so just on freshness and skeletal quality. I think that one hits the gate loose and awesome in terms of her build and flex and cushion. I like where she's at in terms of just flesh, composition, and maturity, especially comparative to the doe coming in two. Doe in two, obviously really bold, really stout. Just got to freshen her up a little bit. She's probably pushing just a little bit in terms of this fluff and condition, but I think in terms of balance, in terms of look, probably represents the higher quality kind and the one that's going to go ahead and round out in three. One that you got to like. You like her freshness and her where she's at. Got a good look up front. Want to strengthen her in terms of her spine, level her out in terms of the way her hip and rump's constructed. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 103, first, Hadley Quinton, second, Addison Quinton, and third, Briella Rainey. We're now showing Class 104 Bordeaux, 36 months and older.
Just two here, and I'm going to go ahead and start the young lady's traditional headed one. And I think to me, I think balance is the key here in this equation. I think in terms of just strength of her spine, especially right on the back side of her blade, I think where her chine bone sits and lays into her skeleton. And then to me, levelness there to her hip and rump, and then encompass that of the boulder bodied one that's more opened up at the surface. I think it's a logical place in my mind to start. Love the look up front of the black one. Her height, the shoulder extension's really good. I like her length of body. I like her flex and her cushion. For me, though, she'll want to deviate and break right there out of the backside of her blade. We could set her down in terms of her chine bone, pick her up there in terms of her spine. I like pieces and parts. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 104, first, Briella Rainey, second, Avery Moore. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Senior Bordeaux.
Look at out here for a senior Bordeaux champion. And again, I think a tremendous amount of quality the whole way through represented in this division. And very pleased with how kind of things come back out. Probably in my mind, I didn't know where we were going to necessarily land. But as I think these things roll out, really pleased with our first and seconds. I think it's going to fit together very, very logically. If you guys would go ahead and give our champions and our seconds here a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Your champion senior Bordeaux is shown by Sarah Lyons. Her trophy is sponsored by Wagner Water Systems. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Hadley Quinton. Her trophy is sponsored by RK General Cleaning. We are now ready for class 105 percentage Bordeaux, 3 months to under 6 months.
Another good class here, and I think logically fits together in my mind. I think, young ladies, that we're going to go ahead and start with. To me, that one just encompasses the right kind of build and angulation that I'm after. Love her balance, love her looseness of build. Beautiful to look at there through the front part of her body. Not overwhelming, and in any one way in terms of just feature and width and muscle. But to me, I think her skeleton awfully high quality and needs to win this particular class. Really like the Doan too. She probably comes with just a shot more in terms of shape and in terms of just forerib and body. In my mind, I think for me, though, as we step off and study them here from the side, I don't know if she balances up as good as her class winner. Probably just not as neat and tidy in terms of her neck, the base there to the front side of her breastplate. Probably just doesn't tie into her skeleton just as neat and tidy, but she is jet level down her back. I like where she's at in terms of this flesh and composition. That a very, very nice doe to sit there in second. Young ladies, it's coming next. I like her bulk. I like her width. We just got to make this one a little sounder build. She gets too short and just too steep there out of her hip and rump, and all that correlates to her hind leg, just not hitting the surface, just as comfortable as the two in front of her. But I think an awful nice doe in terms of having some shape and some body. Young man's just going to go ahead and round out. Love her length of spine, her length of front. Good looking, good built go. Runs out of feature, runs out of gas and horsepower to run in this particular class. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Your placing is for Class 105. First, Tessa Rice. Second, Avery Moore. Third, Briella Rainey. Fourth, Jackson Brown. We're now showing Class 106 percentage Bordeaux, 6 months to under 9.
Here, you're good. Right there. When you're going, you're right. Another good class here, and never really wavered in my mind from the start of the young lady's red goat here up front. The moment she came in the ring, she paints the right image from the side in terms of her look and her build, and yet she does it in such an impressive package in terms of her substance and her spread to the upper part of her skeleton, the way that her rib cage is assembled and put together, very, very impressive, and yet still square, genuine, loosely built and loose hinge in terms of where her hind leg hits the surface. I thought a logical place to start. I thought the real decision lied in 2 and 3. I really like the red-tailed doe in terms of my mind just being a little neater looking there for the front part of her body. She's probably just not as stout, bold in terms of her chest, as overwhelming in terms of width and just muscle as the black one. But to me, I think you get a more accurate read on where she's at in terms of structure, flex, and comfort. I really want to like the black-headed doe in terms of just chest width, in terms of her spread and substance up high, in terms of her rib cage. She's got just a little bit of an attitude problem, doesn't want to get out and go, and so hard to get a good read on her from a structure standpoint and just where she's at in terms of her front end assembly and design. But I think in terms of broadness to chest and power the whole way through, that goat's tremendously high quality. Young lady's red goat here, it's going to come in 4. I think her basics are ultra high quality. Her look and her balance are super good. Loose build, loose hinge, flexible in terms of her hind leg, like her in terms of her levelness there from a line standpoint. That doe doesn't have enough in terms of feature down low. Got to stouten her up in terms of just forearm, bone, and foot, without a quality goat. Young lady's kind of traditional, kind of cape-fronted one she got to like in terms of her chest and in terms of her feature. Her shape and muscularity is really, really good. Out here, I thought you were at just a little bit more vertical in terms of the way her hind leg's constructed. Get a little tighter in terms of her spine, a little steeper in terms of the way she's constructed out of her hip and rump. But I still thought a tremendous amount of quality. Of the 2 that we're going to go ahead and round out with, just got to make them better balanced from the side. Just know, like her feature, like her boldness, got to make her better in terms of her hind leg, better in terms of her length and levelness there to her hip. The red doe's got a good look, just needs more time, flesh, and maturity. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 106. First, Taylor Reilly. Second, Allie Moore. Third, Josephine Kendall. Fourth, Kate Cordy. Fifth, Alexis Wallace. Sixth, Owen Keene. Seventh, Adeline Grundy. We're now showing Class 107 percentage Bordeaux, 12 months to under 18.
Just going to go ahead and leave these here as they are. Young ladies up front, the Reds going to go ahead and have her class winner. Just overwhelming in relation to her contemporaries. Just to me, flesh and boldness, bulk and power. And I think still maintains just the right kind of strength of spine and just the right kind of skeletal quality. Here as we study the livestock from this side. I guess the real decision lies between 2 and 3. And I could listen to a discussion because I think both these does are similar. Both of them got a neat kind of a look about them, the right kind of balance and symmetry from a line's perspective of the pair. The traditional headed doe just comes with a shot more right there to the base of her skeleton, broader, more proud apart in terms of her chest. I think reads with more genuine shape and muscularity out back. Like we said, love the looseness of build, love the look and balance of this doe. You get up on them, I think your forerib design is where it needs to be relative to the one in front of her, just a shade more closed up at the surface, not the same kind of genuine shape and power out back, but a really high quality trio of does. If you guys would give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 107. First, Aubrey Keene. Second, Allie Moore. Third, Alexis Wallace. We're now showing for champion, a reserve champion, percentage junior Bordeaux. We're now ready to get back started on the dairy side. Entering the ring next is Class 51, Dairy Goat Weathers.
Get out here for our junior champion, our percentage doe show. And I thought maybe one of the deeper quality divisions just the whole way through that we've seen to this particular point. I still think with that in mind, I think really comes down to a pair of them. I think just come with just a shot more extras, just a shot bolder, just a shot stouter the whole way through. I thought between the pair, there's one that hit me really hard in terms of initial impression, hard to make and replicate in terms of just her look, her build, and her balance from the side. And I think a very, very logical one to fit in for reserve. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause. We'll get you a champion in reserve in our junior presented doe show.
Your champion percentage junior Bordeaux is shown by Taylor Reilly. Her trophy is sponsored by Willoughby Sales. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Aubrey Keene, and her trophy is sponsored by RK General Cleaning.
Just one here, but boy, I think we've got us a pretty high quality one that the young man brings us. This Paint Nanny, that one hits the gate, high headed, neat looking, and stout featured, really bold and opened up. Excited to see or she can shake out. If you guys would give him a nice round of applause.
Your Class 108 winner is shown by Carson Dice. Now entering the ring, Class 109, percentage Bordeaux, 36 months and older.
All right, so this is our first class of dairy wethers, and for me, the two wethers here, the head of the line, I think definitely pack the most punch in regards to true meat animal shape when you go to get your hands on them. When you go to put your hand over the top side of that rack, they're both really expansive. They could still have a little bit more time on feet to really bust open on the top side of their skeleton a little bit. But the Toggenburg type wether here is just the fullest in terms of his loin shape, not as round, not as hard around those edges as what we're seeing on the wethers behind him in regards to not having enough shape there. And then when you step in behind him, look at rear leg, all of these wethers here in this lightweight class have some room to grow in terms of that rear leg shape, but a really good wether to start off in regards to this lightweight division. 2 over 3, this is a functionality perspective. They're both very close in regards to their like and kind in regards to their meat animal shape. So from a functionality perspective, I like this Alpine type wether. Just he's a little bit more flexible off both ends of his skeleton, walk a little bit more freedom. In regards to that front end assembly, doesn't seem to be as tight in his shoulder as the young lady's type wether standing here third in line. 3 over 4, this is a meat animal shape placing, just more amount of product. When you go to get your hand on the top side of his rack, he's a little bit more expansive out of his twist as well in comparison to the two wethers standing behind him. The two wethers down here at the end of the line, they're really deep, they're really big body, just not as enough muscle to be competitive with the wethers ahead of them here today.
Got 3 does here in this senior class, and all 3 of them are just very, very different, and so makes it kind of tough and makes it just a little bit challenging. I guess in my mind, the one that I'm most comfortable leading off with is young ladies here up front. I think comes with the right kind of freshness. She comes leaner and more appropriate in terms of her condition and composition than the doe in second, and then to me comes just a shot stouter, broader, and more opened up than the doe in 3. And so I thought encompassed the build and the balance of the 2 directly behind her, kind of the doe that comes with the most combination and just positives to win this particular class. We can lean the doe in 2 up. Boy, I really like her. Her levelness of lines is really good. Her opened upness and her feature are awful impressive. To me, though, just pushing just too much in my mind in terms of just flesh and condition. We can lean her up, and I think we could move her up in this particular class. And the young man's kind of socks one here that's going to round out. Love her flex, love her look, and her build out here, just the rawest one. That one just needs more punch and flesh and power the whole way through. But if you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 109. First, Taryn Garrett. Third, Rylan Garrett. Or second, Rylan Garrett. And third, Clayton Moore. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, percentage senior doe.
Get out here for a champion in reserve in our senior percentage doe division. Obviously not huge or big from a numbers perspective, but I certainly thought the quality was ultra good. In my mind, I thought there was one that hit me very, very hard. Excited to see where she shapes out here later tonight. Young man here out of our first class with the paint doe, go ahead and have your champion.
Your champion percentage senior Bordeaux is shown by Carson Dice. His trophy is sponsored by Romney Farms. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Taryn Garrett. And her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. Now entering the ring, class 110 boar best two of herd.
So here in our second class of our dairy weathers, this La Mancha type weather here, the head of the line, definitely doesn't have a whole lot of pounds of product to him. But in terms of his outlines, his size, scale, and feature of his skeleton, I think he's the most functional with the place to start. You go to get your hands on him, he's really busted open on the top side of his rib cage, but there's not really a whole lot of product there. You go to get your hands, especially over his loin edge. He's extremely wide in regards to that loin. Just not enough muscle development yet to say that he's truly market ready. But from a rear view perspective, you see from his hip and hind leg, and you start looking down in terms of his stifle, he's starting to become more expressionable, more expansive through those areas in the weather standing behind him today. The dog type weather standing here in 2 over the La Mancha in 3. This is a size and scale feature, especially in terms of touch and tone. A little bit longer in regards to his length of loin, a little bit wider in regards to the width of that loin as well. But when you go and look at that front end assembly, he's a little bit cleaner, a little bit wider through that chest floor as they walk about the ring, just showcasing that flexibility off the front side of his skeleton. The La Mancha type weather standing here next over the Sonnen type. To me, I think these were really close amongst the two. But when we start getting down in these last 4 again, and when we start talking about pounds of product, if they're going on the rail today, they're just lacking that in terms of meat animal shape and that muscle. And so when we start looking from a composition perspective, I think this La Mancha type weather's got that advantage in terms of that futuristic potential with that busting open rib, that width through his chest, that width through his hind leg, then the weather's standing behind him. The Sonnen over the Nubian here, second from the end. I really like his length of body. I really like how tall he is at the point of his shoulder. Just a little bit wider than the 2 Nubians standing directly behind him. The 2 Nubians standing down here at this bottom side of the class, 2 very similar in terms of their type and kind. They're big outline, large frame. They just don't have the depth of body or width throughout to put on those pounds of muscles needed to be ready, market ready today.
Your champion boar best two of herds is exhibited by Clayton Moore. His trophy is sponsored by Roy Show Pigs. Now in the ring, class 111 boar mother-daughter. On the dairy side, placings for Class 52, first Chloe Pierciak, second Austin Hensley, third Bailey Sainer, fourth Jordan Crowder, fifth Eli Cox, and sixth Eli Capassi. Now in the ring, Class 53, Dairy Goat Weathers.
Just a single entry here to get things kicked off in our Myotonic show, but certainly one that got a tremendous amount of quality. I really like what she represents in terms of her Myotonic breed characteristics. And then past that, I think a good built one that comes with the right characteristics in terms of his shape and muscularity. Obviously young and immature, but certainly one that I think reads with an awful bright future. If you guys would give her a nice round of applause.
Your champion boar mother-daughter is shown by Quentin Addison. Her trophy is sponsored by Red Dirt Excavation, LLC. Your Class 112 winner is Eleanor DeFries. And now we're in the ring, Class 113 Myotonic Does.
So this next class of dairy weathers, I think this La Mancha type weather here, the head of the line, again, very similar to that last class. He still has a few more days on feed to really get to that ideal finishing point, but you're starting to see and feel that touch and tone as you go across this top line. And once you get to that hip and hind leg, when viewed from the rear, he's really starting to become expansive, starting to break open just a little bit more. And you're starting to see that true muscle development that what we want to see when these dairy weathers get to that end point. And so out of this class, he is the closest place to that endpoint to be the most profitable of this class. The sonnet type weather standing here in 2 today. I really love his outline, really like his feature. He is super wide through his chest floor. He's keeping that width throughout. Just when you go to get your hands on him, I think is when he's the most disappointing. He looks like he's going to feel with a little bit more muscle tone than what he does. But like I said, I think his true advantage is that hip and hind leg, very similar to that weather that we had that won the class today. The next Sonnet type weather standing here in line, I really like his profile. He really profiles nice in terms of being tall at the point of his withers, nice gradual slope down to his hip and hind leg. Just when you get your hands on him, he's the most disappointing, I think, because when you see him walk around the ring, he looks like he's going to be flexible, looks like he's going to have a lot of muscle mass, just not really a lot of firm and touch and tone when you go to get your hands on him. Then the two weathers standing down here at the end of the line, really big outline, really big feature. They're just the narrowest in terms of their composition. They funnel down to the base of their skeletons. And again, in terms of meat animal shape, just not nearly enough to compete with those ahead of them today.
Going to leave these here as a set. Young ladies, black and white ones, going to go ahead and win this particular class. And I think, to me, does so just off of just genuine width and shape and muscularity for what this breed is known for. Probably, maybe in my mind, a little further along in terms of flesh and condition, which probably helps her at a logical place start. Young man's red and white one's going to go ahead and come next. Is one that you got to appreciate in terms of just her look and her balance and her flexibility. I think time and maturity, get that one to just flesh and bulk up and come with more real shape and muscularity. She can work up in this particular class. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 113. First place, Claire DeFries. Second place, Isaac Ezere. We're now showing Class 114, Myotonic Does. On the dairy side, placings for Class 53. First place, Peyton Sainer. Second, Maylee Mullendor. Third, Ava Kendall. Fourth, Jay Sainer. Fifth, John Capesi. We're now showing Class 54, Dairy Goat Weathers.
Just a single entry, but certainly one that you got to appreciate in terms of just how much she comes with, in terms of this real genuine muscle. I think one that still handles herself well in terms of flex and just comfortability from a structure standpoint. In an ideal world, we could lean her up just a little bit, strengthen her right out of the backside of her blade. But again, certainly one that could stand a lot of competition. If you guys would, give her a nice round of applause.
Your Class 114 winner is Audrey Spray. Now entering the ring, Class 115, Myotonic Does. This time, we would like to introduce to you our meat goat judge, Mr. Evan McLean. He hails from Anderson, Indiana, where he grew up showing livestock competitively across the country. He has a degree from Lincoln Land Community College in Western Illinois, where he was a member of the judging team. Evan is employed as the show barn manager at O'Neill Farms. He owns and operates McLean Show Stock, where he helps young exhibitors accomplish their goals in a multitude of species. Evan runs a small group of ewes and recently, with his best friend and business partner, formed Side Hustle in McLean, where they have formed a stud company of elite white, black, and Southdown Club lamb sires and joined forces with some breeding stock and elite show families they assist. Please put your hands together and help us thank Mr. Evan McLean.
Another good class here, and I think a logical place in my mind to start. Young ladies here up front, and I think encompasses the right kind of balance, right kind of lines and strength, but still comes with the right characteristics that we're after in this particular breed in terms of shape and muscularity. That a logical place to start. The doe and two closely resembled her, maybe just a little fresher in terms of her composition. I think as we study them from the side, though, just got to strengthen this doe, set her down in terms of her chine bone, pick her up right there in the center of her spine, showing a break and deviate just a shade. But I thought she came with just more genuine shape and power compared to the two does coming next. Young ladies doe, love her look, love her balance, sound and flexible. This doe just needs to come with a shade more from a muscularity standpoint. Similar story to the young ladies doe. It's going to go ahead and round out. Good build, sound structured, comes with the right kind of feature down low. Just got to balance up this doe a shade better from the side. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 115. First place, Claire DeFries. Second place, Claire DeFries. Third, Lauren Kennedy. And fourth, Rennie Cochran. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Myotonic Junior Doe.
In this next class of dairy weathers, this alpine type weather here, the head of the line, for me, he's the most impressive when you step in behind him. You see his hip and hind leg. You get over the top of him, he's really, really wide from throw to throw. You go feel over that hip, down in that rear leg, into that glute. He's really, really expansive, really firm to touch. To me, I think he's the most disappointing over his loin edge. He's extremely wide about that loin edge, just not a lot of firm touch and tone quite yet in regards to his size and scale. But overall, when you start looking at them from a functionality perspective as well, I would like to loosen him up in regards to that shoulder. He is a little tight when he's going to stride out, go out in the lead. But in terms of a pure muscle perspective, he's a really good place to start. This black and tan Nubian standing here in second, I think is really close to this Oberhausley standing here in third. When you start comparing them, it's just the firmness, the touch and tone over the top side of his rack, and then back down in that hip to where I think the Nubian has a slight advantage. When you start looking at the front end in terms of that brisket down through that chest where that Oberhausley's impressive. I saw him walk about the ring and went to go get my hands on him, and it's just like, he's got a lot more there than I originally thought, because raising Oberhausley's, I couldn't get anything in terms of product on it, but he's really filled in terms of that front 1/3. I think his problem when he gets the most disappointing is that hind leg. He's really firm touch and tone over the top side of his skeleton, but he gets to that rear leg, is just a little soft and not as expressible as the two others that are standing in front of him today, but a really solid Oberhausley, especially from a general appearance perspective. And the young ladies, Nubian type weather standing here second from the end, really deep bodied, really long bodied individual, but just to fit that size and scale of his skeleton, just doesn't necessarily have the sheer amount of product. He's really pinched at his heart. He's really narrow through that chest, and he keeps that narrow width all the way throughout past his hocks when viewed from the rear. And young ladies, weather standing here at the end, I really like his outline. I really like it the way he was built in regards to this front end assembly. He's just the most disappointing when you get your hands on the top side of his rack, over that loin edge and over that hip and hind leg, to be a little bit more competitive with the weathers ahead of him today. But really good set of weathers from top to bottom.
Get out here for junior champion or myotonic show. Fun division to work through thus far. I thought the quality has been absolutely tremendous. I think in my mind, it really comes down to a pair of them. I think between this pair relative to their contemporaries, they're the goats that come with the right kind of build, the right kind of balance that I'm after, and yet still come appropriate in terms of the breed characteristics. They come with the right kind of shape and muscularity. In my mind, one of them just comes with more. That one will go ahead and be your champion. Like our reserve, probably just needs more time and maturity. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause. We'll get you a champion and reserve junior myotonic doe.
Your champion Myotonic Junior Doe is shown by Claire DeFries. Her trophy is sponsored by Stillwater Farms, the Mosleys. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Eleanor DeFries, and her trophy is sponsored by Wagner Water Systems. Now entering the ring, Class 116 Myotonic Does.
Young man brings us just a single entry here as we start into our senior myotonic doe show, but certainly one you have to admire for quality as you study the livestock. I think just the way that she's built, her look and her balance, very impressive for the front part of her body and certain of her added extension. If you guys would, give him a nice round of applause.
Your winner of Class 116 is shown by Isaac Ezere. We're now showing Class 117 Myotonic 3-year-old does.
Just one here in a 3-year-old class, and certainly one that you got to admire for what she represents within the breed, that extra shape and just genuine power and muscularity, and still does it the right kind of a balanced package here from the side in terms of her strength of spine, her comfort and flexibility when set in motion. If you guys would, give her a nice round of applause.
For this class of dairy weathers, the young man that I'm going to start off with, his weather, as soon as he hit the ring, I couldn't take my eyes off him just because I think as he moves about the ring, he's the freest off of both ends of his skeleton. He really flexes nice and easy off of both ends. And then when he gets him set up here at the profile, I mean, he silhouettes and profiles really, really nicely in terms of functionality standpoint, from that head and neck down into that shoulder assembly. Really, really bold about that shoulder. The impressive thing is, like, when you go to get your hands on him, he may not seem very firm in terms of touch and tone on the top side of his rack and over that loin edge, but he's probably the most productive over that rack and loin edge of the class today. As he moves about the ring, though, he is showcasing a lot of flex off of that rear leg, that thigh area. But when you go to get your hands on him, it's just a little bit disappointing. You see that muscle, you see that flexibility, and you go to get your hands on him, just figure there'd be more shears amount of product there in his hind leg, but overall, really good weather to start off with this class. 2 over 3 in his turn, I think it is a little bit closer placing. This black and white La Mancha type weather, I think he has the biggest hip and hind leg of the class. I think his weakness is his front 2/3. When you go to get your hands on it, it's just a really, really soft, not a lot of product there. The young man's weather standing here in 2, he's probably got the largest in terms of length and width in terms of that loin edge. Would like to see him cleaned up a little bit through that chest floor. Not necessarily as wide as I'd like to see him, but still he's got enough products, enough functionality off of both ends to follow up our class winner here today. And then getting down here, this black and white La Mancha over the remaining 2, it is that hip and hind leg advantage. When you step in behind it, just tremendously wide hip, tremendously wide leg. His thigh is just expansive once you go get your hands on him. Like I said, he's probably the most profitable from that side of things of the weathers in this class. But where he lacked was that front end assembly, that rack and loin edge, and in terms of the 3 that were ahead of him today. These 2 weathers down here at the end, nothing to take away from them in regards to their sheer amount of product. I really like their size, scale, and feature. They're just too soft, not quite yet to that end point to be more productive with the heathers ahead of them today.
Again, just another single entry, but certainly a doe that I think represents the right kind of quality, obviously. Showing some age in terms of her flesh, but I think her skeleton and the way that it's put together is very good. Her lines and her balance are very impressive. Has maintained the right kind of just flex and comfort. If you guys would give her a nice round of applause.
Class 118 winner is shown by Mariah Miller. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Myotonic Senior Doe. On the dairy side, Class 55 results. First place, Liam Mitchell. Second, Cooper Walters. Third, Emily Stout. Fourth, Mallory Denham. And fifth, Levi Stevenson. We're now showing Class 56 dairy goat weather.
As we get out here for a senior champion or myotonic doe show, and just 3 single entries, but I thought all 3 of them represented the right quality in terms of the way that they were built and put together. In my mind, I think there's one of them that just kind of overwhelms the rest of them in terms of those myotonic characteristics that we're after, in terms of having that extra shape and power and muscularity. I think you can get just a little closer as we kind of tie in for reserve, but I thought another one that followed suit extremely well. If you guys would give our senior myotonic doe exhibitors a nice round of applause, we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Your champion myotonic senior doe is shown by Brooklyn Spray. Her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Isaac Ezere. His trophy is sponsored by Connect with Nature. Now in the ring, Class 119 myotonic weather.
I think a nice way to get our myotonic weather show started here. And I'm going to go ahead and start with the young ladies here up front. And to me, I think you just get your hands on that particular goat, and just more overwhelming, broader, bigger in terms of his shape and spread up high. He's more impressive in terms of the way that his rib cage is assembled and put together. I thought a very logical place to start. Taking nothing away from the young man's in second, I think that goat still represents the right kind of quality, the right kind of breed characteristics we're after within the myotonic breed. He's not just as stout featured. He's not just as overwhelming when you get your hands on him in terms of his spread and shape, but he's a good built goat that's got the right kind of flexibility and comfort to his lower skeleton. An awful nice pair of them to get things kicked off and started. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
In this next class, the Dairy Weathers, for me, the one I'm going to like to start with, I think he profiles and silhouettes the best in regards to the Weathers in the class. You step in off to the side of him, I think he's just really tall at the point of his shoulders. He's really tall at that Weather. And then when you go and view him and study him on back, he's just tremendously broken open and tremendously wide throughout. And then he still holds true when you go to get your hands on him. I don't think he's the firmest in regards to that rack or loin shape, but he's the most broken up and most expansive of that rib and that loin shape than what we're seeing on the Weathers standing directly behind him today. Then you step behind him, though, too. I think that's where his true advantage lies. That hip and hind leg is really, really impressive. Especially when you go get your hands on it, really, really firm, really toned to the touch, and to me, a really good place to start in this class of Weathers. The young ladies La Mancha type Weather standing here second over the young man's Black La Mancha, and third, I think, is really close. Not necessarily profiles as good as our class champion today, but in terms of sheer amount of product, I think he's really comparable to that one that won today. You go to get your hands on that loin edge, it's just really, really expansive. He's probably the largest from edge to edge in regards to his loin, and he's probably the thickest in regards to that loin as well. When we start comparing the Weathers down behind him, I would like to clean him up in regards to that shoulder just a little bit. To me, he's a little push forward in that shoulder, really protruding that chest plate forward a little more than what I like, and that's where I said that where he profiles, not maybe necessarily the best, but pounds of product, he's there. Young man's Weather standing here in third. At first, I thought he's going to be contention in that top pair, but I think he really gets disappointing when you go get your hands on, especially over that loin and hip. There's really not a whole lot of product there. He looks like he's going to tone up really, really nicely, but just the lack of muscle shape there on the top side of his skeleton. He has time. He has some feet advantages to be able to get the bottom side of his skeleton filled out like those two Weathers ahead of him, but still a really quality Weather here in third. And the young man that's standing here in fourth, he just ran into some three really stout-made individuals ahead of him. He's not as broke open about that rib. He's not as wide through that chest floor. But when you go to get your hands on him in terms of that hip and hind leg, he's really expansive. Just needs a little bit more feet to be competitive in terms of muscle shape up there with those three ahead of him.
Just a single entry here in our next class of myotonic Weathers again, but certainly one that represents the breed characteristics and the quality that we're after. I like this goat in terms of just his boldness, his shape and dimension. The young ladies did a good job getting him fed and presented to this particular point. In an ideal world, we'll strengthen him out of his shoulder just a little bit and set him down in terms of his chine bone, but certainly one that I think represents a tremendous amount of quality. If you guys would, give her a nice round of applause.
Your Class 120 winner is Claire DeFries. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion myotonic Weather. Results of Class 56 on the dairy side. First place, Parker Walters. Second, Sharon Schultz. Third, Liam Mitchell. Fourth, Levi Stevenson. We're now showing Class 57 dairy goat Weathers.
Well, obviously not huge numbers in our Myotonic Weather Show, but I certainly thought a lot of quality represented in these three individuals, and obviously I think a breed that's really rapidly gaining popularity, and something that's just a little different, a little fun to kind of get into and a part of. And I think all three of them represent, like I said, a tremendous amount of quality, represent what I think the Myotonic breed's supposed to in terms of their shape and their muscularity. As we get out here, I think all three of them, in my mind, are in the hunt and contention for champion in reserve. I think, but as you really break things down and get to the nitty gritty, it probably really comes down to a pair of them. I thought between the pair of them, one of them's probably just a little better built in my mind in terms of just balance from the side. I think one of them's just a shot more genuine, square, and opened up there as we study them at the surface, and a shot fresher in terms of their handle quality. So if you guys would give our three Myotonic weather exhibitors a real nice round of applause, and then we'll get you a champion in reserve.
All right, so for this next class of dairy wethers, we're starting to get into the miniature breed side of things. And so for this class of Nigerian wethers, the young ladies the cream wether here at the head of the line, to me, I think he just profiles up the best, especially when you step in on either side of him. He's really clean in terms of his front 1/3 of his skeleton. Really flexes off of that front end, really, really easy. And he has a deep, long barrel with a broken open on the top side of his rib cage in comparison to the wether standing behind him. To me, I think he's the he's the most concerning when you step in behind him and look. He tapers down at the base of his skeleton. Doesn't say it's true that top side shape that he has in terms of his front 1/3, but I think for this class, a really good place to start. 2/3 it is in that advantage. As they move about the ring, I think just a little bit more freedom in terms of both ends of that skeleton. He really wants to stride off of both ends. He really fills his tracks well as he moves about the ring. He's definitely not the widest made individual in the class, but in terms of his pounds of product too, for the breed, I think it's definitely good enough to go second in this class today. I think man's white weather standing here in third. I wish I could stretch him out just a little bit, especially in terms of that hip and hind leg. He really wants to walk and tuck underneath himself. It kind of gives an offsetting look as he moves about the ring and when you study him from the side. And the young ladies, whether that rounds out the class, I really like his composition. I really like his build. He's just too small, too narrow, too fragile to be competitive with those weathers ahead.
Good way to round out our show here. I guess before we kind of get things kicked off and started into showmanship, and told me that this is going to be a little bit of a fun class. It says just one here, and it'll be like a senior myotonic weather. The young lady's done a really good job with this particular goat. In my mind, to this point, that goat's flesh is maintained appropriately. Goat's got the right kind of look and the build and the balance. If you guys would give her a real nice round of applause, excited to get into showmanship.
Your champion myotonic weather is exhibited by Ruby DeFries. Her trophy is sponsored by Jeff and Misty Oliver. Your reserve champion is shown by Claire DeFries. Her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. Your Class 121 winner is shown by Mariah Miller. On the dairy side, Class 57 results. First place, Lillian Harold. Second, Raylan Shives. Third, Logan Barker. Fourth, Marianne Barker. Now in the ring, Class 58, Dairy Goat Weathers.
5-minute break.
On the meat side, we would take a quick 5-minute break before Class 122 Mini 4-H.
In this next class of Nigerian weathers, I think the one I'm starting off with definitely profiles up the best when viewed from either side. He's really tall. He's really level across that top line. Would like to see him just maybe a little bit more level out in terms of his hip. But when you go and step in behind him, I think is where it's most concerning because with him not with him being as steep as he is in his hip, he really wants to taper down the base of his skeleton, not really showcasing his true natural width that he presents on the top side of his skeleton. But as he's moving around the ring, I think he does have the most flex and ease. He's the softest in regards to his foot. He really walks nice and elegant. He's got substance of bone as he presents himself today, especially when viewed from the side. And you go to get your hands on it, especially that front 130 is impressive for being a Nigerian. He's the cleanest, he's the sharpest all the way throughout. Definitely more powerful in terms of muscle shape than the two weathers standing behind him here in this respective class. These two weathers standing down here, Dan, I think there are some trade-offs amongst the two. I do like the larger outline, larger feature of the young ladies weather standing second in line. Maybe not the most natural level or in terms of his head being a little bit higher attached into his shoulder assembly. But when you step in behind him, I think he's just showing a little bit more true natural width. And then you go to get your hands on him, just a little bit more expressionable in regards to that meat animal shape, but still enough here to be second today. The young man's weather standing here at third of the line. I just wish he was walking on a little bit larger foot and bone and keeping a little bit more natural width throughout to be more competitive with the class ahead of him.
Placings for Class 58, first, Corbin Bolhofer. Second, Raylan Shives. Third, Logan Barker. Now in the ring, Class 59, Dairy Goat Weathers.
So as we're getting on the lighter end of our Nigerian weather classes, functionality is going to be a big concern for me. And this young man that's starting off our class with his cream and white weather here, to me, he's the most practical and functional about his skeleton. He's the most flexible off of both ends. He's the widest from that chest floor down in the base of his skeleton, keeping that true natural width out through his hocks. All three of these weathers don't have really a sheer amount of product to them, excuse me. But when you go to get your hands on him, he does have just a little bit more muscle mass, a little bit more muscle shape to excel him over the two weathers that's standing behind him today. I think the young ladies, brown weather standing here second in line, very close to our class winner in regards to that functionality in terms of his skeleton. I think he just falls apart a little bit in regards to that front end assembly, more specifically that point right behind his shoulder. He seems a little tight there in his shoulder. He's a little tight in his heart girth where he wants to really narrow up. And you step in front of him, he's a little bit concerning in terms of that chest floor, but still good enough in comparison to the young ladies' weathers standing here at the end of the line. I really like his functionality. He just doesn't have the growth or maturity as the two wethers that are standing behind him to really break open the top side of his skeleton and show his true natural width to the ground, but good quality of Nigerians top to bottom.
Placings for Class 59, first Wade Sipple, second Marianne Barker, and third Brendan Carmichael.
We're now showing for champion and reserve Nigerian.
On the meat goat side, entering the ring now is Class 122, mini 4-H kindergartners.
We've got, I guess, our first class of mini 4-Hers here and our kindergartners. Both these young ladies doing a tremendous job. I can tell you, they've got it figured out already. They've got everything down they need to do. Both of them said that they're going to show goats. Young lady up front maybe has a little more passion for donkeys, but that's okay. I wouldn't argue with her too much about that. So future looks bright for both these young ladies. If you guys would give both of them a real nice round of applause as they exit.
So this is my lineup for champion Nigerian weather, and the three weathers closest to me, first place in the respective classes. The weathers on the backside, second. And when I started studying and evaluating these three closest to me, I think there's one that kind of sorts himself up to the top quite easily in terms of just how balanced he is, on how well he profiles. He really stays true in regards to his top side shape and keeps that true natural width to the base side of his skeleton. And then when you compare him to the other weathers, really when you go to get your hands on with Nigerians, it's a little bit harder just because they are the miniature breed and they're extremely daring individuals. All three of these have some meat animal shape to them. But ironically enough, when we go through and we start picking our champion, as I was going through and evaluating the weathers in class, the young lady says that she has a pretty good weather, and I tend to agree with her. I am going to use her weather as our champion weather today. And then, so when you have the second place weather within its respective class, I don't think it just really profiles as nice, it's not as long bodied, and it's not as wide throughout as what our champion is. So when we start looking at the two weathers behind him, I think there's a logical reserve to be able to follow in terms of that true natural width and the way they profile. The weather here in the middle, he's going to be my reserve.
Your champion Nigerian dwarf weather is exhibited by Lillian Harold. Her trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate. Your reserve champion is shown by Corbin Bullhofer. On the meat side, we have Class 123 mini 4-H first graders. In the ring now on the Dairy Goat side is Class 60, Dairy Goat Weathers.
Another awesome heat over here on our mini 4-Hers, and got an awesome group of young people, and got a few professionals out here. Not their first rodeo; they've shown a goat or something before. So again, just an absolutely awesome group. All these kids seem to be enjoying it. That's what it's about. If you guys were real good on the last class. Give it up for these kids. They certainly deserve it.
Now entering the ring on the Meat Goat side, Class 124, Mini 4-H, second graders.
All right, so this is our class of dairy goat wethers under 2 years of age, and I am going to go ahead and start off this class with this black Oberhausley wether here, the head of the line. Traditionally, you don't see a bunch of black male Oberhausleys because per breed standards, they're not recognized as a reproductive piece. And so when you go and use him as a wether, I think it's still pretty functional and a really good place to start. When you view him from the side, I think he's the longest, most naturally level about in this class. I wish I could take his hip structure and just really push those rear legs back just a little bit further to give him just a little bit more of a stretchy look, because as of right now, the way he moves about the ring, he doesn't flex as easy off of that back side of his skeleton. But when you value him everywhere else, that front 1/3 of his skeleton is exceptional. If he was a breeding piece, I would really like that front end assembly, that nice, long, clean elevation, that head and neck, and the top side of that shoulder. And to me, a really good piece to start off with this under 2-year-old wether class. The young man's Nubian wether here standing second today. I really like the way he profiles. I just wish he was a little bit more level in regards to his top line. He sets himself up pretty dang well. And when you go and get your hands on him, he's still profitable there. But I think also too, with his top line not being as ideal, he really shows that he breaks more, especially that chine loin junction, more than what we like to see. And he is starting to carry just a little extra condition than what we see or what we like to see with a yearling wether. But overall, still really good wether here for second in this class today. The two Nigerian wethers standing here at the end of the line. For me, I'm going with one that's just a little bit more functional off of both ends of his skeleton. A little bit more ideal in regards to that top line and that hip and hind leg shape. Maybe not as angular in regards to that rear leg and that we're seeing on the wether standing at the end, but definitely the longer bodied and a little bit cleaner fronted individual standing here in third. And the young man's wether standing here at the end of the line today, I wish I could just stretch him out a little bit, especially in his hip. As he's moving about the ring, he wants to tuck those rear two underneath himself, kind of give an offsetting look, but really good for our aged wether classes.
our last heat of many 4-Hers here, second graders. Again, just two kids that absolutely having a blast and have got this deal figured out. And I'm sure they're excited to get into 4-H, I believe, next year. So if you guys would, one more time, you guys have been good thus far. Give these kids a real nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 60 on Dairy Goat side. First place, Daisy Carey. Second, Wade Sipple. Third, Ashlyn Cole. Fourth, Shiloh Martin. Now in the ring, Class 61, Dairy Goat Weathers. On the meat side, we're ready to begin showmanship. We got Class 125, beginner showmanship.
All right, so in this 3 and under 5-year-old weather class, I'm going to go ahead and start with that is one of the younger ones in this class. But for me, as he walks about the ring, he's walking the freshest in regards to those feet and legs. He's walking on shorter pasterns, but he has still stronger pasterns. The most ideal, especially for these guys as they get up in age. They're going to be necessarily more functional for themselves and kept around as, I guess, kind of like pet animals in a way, but you still want them to be self-sufficient. And with him being the youngest in here, but still walking on the strongest set in feet and legs, to me, that's an ideal point if we're wanting to keep him from a long-term perspective. And when you view the front side of his skeleton, too, I think he's the most complete in regards to that front-end assembly. He's not as tightened through that crop. He's not as pinching as hard as a couple of the weathers standing behind him. So a really good place to start in this 3 and under 5-year-old class. This brown and white weather standing here second in line. I think he's probably one of the largest outline framed Weathers in class. For me, I think where he lacks in regards to our class members, that front end assembly, especially his elbows and that shoulder. As he's walking away and you view him from the side, his elbows really want to wing on the outside of his skeleton. And then when stepping behind him, he doesn't keep that true width that he shows on the top side of his skeleton down to the ground. But in terms of length of body and size and frame, he's definitely there in regards to filling that the best that he possibly can. The young man's Weather standing here in 3. He too is probably one of the younger weathers in the class. And then to me, it's the most concerning in regards to condition, because he is starting to put on that excess condition. But with him being weathers and being aged weathers, it's really hard to keep that conditioning off of them. But when you compare him to the 2 weathers standing behind him, he still profiles up really, really nice, especially in regards to that front 1/3 from his head and neck down to that shoulder and to the top, to the point of his withers back in that chine. To me, I think he's just a little concerning in regards to his rear pasterns for his age. He is starting to show a little bit of weakness in regards to those rear pasterns. But still, if he wasn't as conditioned, I think he would have competed for those top 2 spots quite easily. Young lady's tricolored weather standing here in a 4. He's probably the most concerning in regards to true width of this animal. He's really, really big on the top side of his skeleton, but he probably tapers the greatest. But he's not the most concerning weather in this class. Unfortunately, young lady's weather standing here at the end. I wish he's just a little bit longer, a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end and his hip structure to be more competitive. Because I think if he stretched out maybe just a nickel more, that he would be probably in that 3rd or 4th spot. But still, a really good class of aged weathers, top to bottom.
Placings for Class 61, first, Aurora Tilley, second, Archer Tilley, third, Fletcher Myers, fourth, Aurora Tilley, and fifth, Ashlyn Cole. We're now showing Class 62, Dairy Goat Weathers, 5 years and older.
When we get out here for showmanship, our first division here in beginner showman, and I think all these showmen do an absolutely awesome job. I thought all of them were real good about just kind of some ring awareness, knowing where they needed to be, knowing where I was at, and so we'll go through and discuss. Young man here up front is going to go ahead and win this division, and I think for me, he does just the most extras comparative to his contemporaries out here in terms of just being the most advanced, of getting the most out of his particular go. And then to me, he's the most appropriate out here in terms of his body posture, in terms of his hand placement. When we set these goats to go in motion, understands what he needs to do, his pace. And then to me, I like his mannerisms. He gets that goat prop stretched out, gets out of him, gets his hind legs set square and where they need to be. I thought a very logical place in my mind to start. I think after that, there's a little more discussion that can be had, and what you want to do. I thought the young lady coming next with the dapple, she's going to go ahead and be reserved here on our beginner showman. And why she's reserved is, in my mind, was just eye contact and intensity, making sure that she knew where I was at in the ring at all times. We could bring your body a little more around the front of that goat, okay? And then I think you could get just a little bit more out of them. But to me, I think just your eye contact and your awareness in a beginner showmanship setting is why you work up to reserve. You do a very nice job. The young lady that's going to go ahead and be third here with the red doe, I thought another showman that did a really nice job. She's really calm, cool, and collective, and I like that about her. She does a good job of getting those feet set square when she needs to. They're a little off right now, but all the other times you did a good job in terms of your mannerisms, bringing that goat in, setting her by her feet, and then to me, maintaining her head and neck where it needs to be. A little bit more intensity, right? Get a little more fired up. I like your calmness, but a little bit more aggression and intensity isn't going to hurt you. You do a very, very nice job. Young man with the myotonic, it's going to go ahead and come next. Again, I think another showman does a good job. Probably comes with just a shot more intensity, just a shot more eye contact than the young lady directly in front of him. For me, though, he wasn't as consistent in terms of feet placement as the young lady with the red doe directly in front of you. But I think most importantly, obviously showing a smaller go, but you'll just want to get that thing's head and neck rocked too far forward. Get his head up, get his head back, and at a more appropriate and a 90-degree angle. That go to look more comfortable. You will look more comfortable. Then a no-brainer to move you up in this particular class. Young man with the bigger doe that's coming next. Again, I think another showman, tremendous job with his eye contact and his whereabout. He does a really good job presenting the front side of this doe's skeleton, keeping her head and neck where it needs to be. She probably didn't want to be the best showmanship goat for the young man. She's probably a little antsy, wants to move around just a little bit. But I think past that, you do a really nice job. Young man here with the myotonic doe. Again, another showman does a really good job. When we get her right here, you keep her head and neck where it needs to be. You've got good eye contact and intensity. Maybe in motion, that doe just doesn't want to work the best for you. So continue to work on that to where in motion, you can keep her head and neck where it is right here, high and up, and get her to travel and trot for you just a little bit better. Because when you get her here shopped and parked from the side, do a very nice job. So if you guys would, go ahead and give all of our beginner showmen a real nice round of applause. Did an awesome job.
And then over here for our aged dairy goat wethers, this is a kind of unique class because this is our 5 and over class, and we've got some cool stories with some of these wethers that's up here. But I am starting with the 2 oldest wethers in our class today as my first and second place animals, because when we start thinking of these guys, again, that long-term perspective, how functional are they still, how are they compositionally, and for their ages of 7 and 9 respectfully, I think that they're still held up really, really nice together. And again, for their age, for these animals that probably should have been to their finishing point several years ago, still being able to keep their body condition, not really be excessively conditioned or anything like that, and still relatively walking on a strong set in feet and legs is quite impressive. But the young man's 7-year-old wether here, the head of the line, to me, I think he's just a little bit better in regards to that front end assembly today for me. For his breed especially, he's just a little bit more naturally elevated in that point of his wethers. And when you study him from the side profile, as he walks about the ring, he's a little bit more naturally level, especially from that hip to pin than what the young lady's 9-year-old standing here second today. A 9-year-old standing here second today, and I was kind of shocked when she told me that he was 9 and he was still coming out here. But in regards, I figured his pasterns would be long gone, but he's still walking on a relatively sound set of feet and legs for his age and his composition. And also for being that age, he's not over-conditioned by any means in terms of excess fat or anything like that. I love his elevated front. I just wish he stayed a little bit more truer in regards to the width of his skeleton to the ground, because overall, I think that's the biggest difference that lies between those first 2 wethers here today. The young man's brown and white wether standing here in third. To me, third and fourth is a little bit closer placing. But for me, as they walk about the ring, just a little bit stronger set feet and legs, a little bit straighter about those toes, a little bit straighter about that foreleg that we're seeing on this third place wether. Maybe not the largest foot and bone. He's probably the smallest foot and bone wether in the class, but from a functionality perspective and looking long term, I think he is going to last the longest of the remaining wethers in this class. Young ladies tri wether standing here at the end. I really like his length of body. I just wish he would be just a little bit more stretched out, especially in regards to his hip structure. That hip and hind leg just kind of gives him an offsetting look. It looks like he's kind of tucked underneath himself. Just wish his push back just a little bit to elevate that pin set. And then the 2 miniature Nubians standing down here at the end of the line, nothing to take away from them, but they are one of the youngest in the class, but they are also starting to show signs and weakness in those pasterns, which is a little concerning, especially having a 7 and 9-year-old in these classes. But top to bottom, this aged wether, really good quality. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Placings for Class 62 dairy goat wethers. First place, Mason Appleton. Second, Cameron Gwynn. Third, Archer Tilley. Fourth, Aurora Tilley. Fifth, Brooklyn Carmichael. Sixth, Reagan Carmichael. We're now ready for Class 63 Cashmere Junior Yearling. On the meat goat side, your champion beginner meat goat showman is Blaine Grogan. His banner is sponsored by Connect with Nature. His bucket is sponsored by the Grogan families. In the ring now is Class 126 Meat Goat Junior Showmanship.
All right, so we are starting to get into our fiber goat division, and for these younger does, seeing the hair quality that we see on this doe standing in first today is quite impressive in regards to their age. Because as they get older, you want to see that longer, finer hair on top, protecting the undercoat, because the undercoat hair is what they actually use and harvest to be able to make different elements like clothes and that kind of stuff. And so, being able to see this long and clean style of hair on this top individual is quite impressive. Just from a functionality perspective, though, in regards to her skeleton, I just wish she was a little bit more true in regards to the base of her skeleton. She really narrows down at the base of her skeleton. Probably walks with the least amount of width between the hocks when moving around the ring, but that hair quality definitely serves as that advantage to win the class today. 2/3. This is a little bit closer placing because they are very similar in regards to where they're at in their hair production. But the young man's the young man's go standing here in second. For me, just from a functionality perspective, has a little bit more flex and ease off of both ends. A little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure as well in comparison to young ladies, young ladies go standing here at the end of the line. Young ladies doe here at the end of the line, just wish she tightened a little bit higher and cleaner in terms of that front end assembly. Stretch out and kind of flatten out that rump a little bit to make her look a little bit longer body, but still a really good quality starter fiber show.
Okay, so we've got 2 heats of junior showmen, and so we're going to go ahead and pull back, whatever I see fit in each division, or I guess each class represented in the division. We went through and talked to each one of these kids, said some things positive, what I thought they did really good. And then we talked about some things that maybe they did that we can change and fix there for the future. But that all of them did a very, very good job. Young lady here with the red doe here on the end, she's going to go ahead and come back for a junior division drive. And then the young lady right here with the myotonic doe as well is going to come back. But all of them did a tremendous job. If you guys would give them a real nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 63 on the dairy side. First, Ethan Hurt. Second, Gabe Hurt. Third, Alexis McLaughlin. On the meat side, now entering the ring is Class 127, Junior Showmanship.
So in this next class of fiber goats, 2 does that I think that are really stylish in regards to their hair coats. For me, they are so similar in regards to their quality of coats. I think I am going from a functionality skeletal perspective. And as they move about the ring, the young ladies, predominantly white fiber goat here at the head of the line, Just for me, she walks on a much larger foot and bone. She's a little bit more square, a little bit more true from the top side of her skeleton down to the ground. And then when you go to get your hands on her, when you start evaluating under the hair, you don't necessarily see as much movement. You don't see as much loose joints as what you see on the young lady's doe standing second today. But just talking and catching up with what they do with the hair and stuff is a really unique perspective for these cashmeres. But the young lady's doe standing here second today, I just wish that she stayed a little bit more true to her hip shape. She's really wide from throw to throw, but just tapers down the base of her skeleton. But two really good quality senior does here for our fiber goats. So we have a single entry here in our best three females in the fiber goat division. And like I talked within the respective class, because they all came out of the young doe class, three quality does at that, just one that's a little bit more advanced in regards to her hair production, seeing that long, silkier look, but still well deserving of blue ribbon here today.
Out here in our next heat of junior showmen, and I think we kick up the heat in this division just a little bit. Thought a really high quality division the whole way through. Thought all the kids did a tremendous job. We've got a few goats out here probably just don't want to be showmanship goats. That's sometimes just how the cookie crumbles. But I thought all the kids handled it tremendously well. We're going to go ahead and bring the young lady up front with the black paint, and then the young man right here in the black shirt here with the hair doe. Both of them are going to come back here for a champion overall in our junior showmanship. If you guys would give all these kids a really nice round of applause.
And then we have a single entry over here on the Dairy Go side for our fiber weathers, and a 3-year-old fiber weather. And to me, it's still very functional, walking on a strong set of feet and legs. We'd like to see just a little bit more of that true hair that he's starting to showcase here on his hip and hind leg, but still well deserving of a blue ribbon today.
On the meat side, we're now showing for your champion junior meat goat showman. On the dairy side, now entering the ring is class 67 pygmy does, 2 years old.
As we get out here for champion overall in our junior showman, 2 heats, and I thought both the heats represented a tremendous amount of quality. I thought we tried to grab showmen that, probably did some maybe harder to do things, or maybe did a few of the extras and even the basics, so just making sure they weren't between me and their goat. And obviously, not a perfect showman, always things to improve and work on. I thought all 4 of these did an absolutely tremendous job. Just going to go ahead and pick one. We'll grab you a champion. I think it's logical in my mind. I think some of the things they do are very good. They're just the smoothest, most consistent. I like where they're at in terms of their body posture, their hand placement. Sounded like she had a fan club when she came out of her heat. So they'll like this. Young lady right here is going to be your champion junior showman.
All right, so this is our class of junior pygmy does, and for me, I'm going to go with the more traditional pygmy doe type, standing up here at the head of the line. When we start talking about pygmy characteristics, for me, in my mind, this is the kind of doe that I picture in regards to really short muzzle, really wide forehead with the eyes on the outside of her forehead. And then when you start looking and evaluating her for the rest of her body, she's really wide in terms of her top side of her skeleton and keeping that width to the ground. She's maybe walking on the smallest foot and bone and substance of bone today, but for me, she's still very structurally sound as she moves about the ring to start off for our class. And with this being the only junior does for the pygmy, she is also going to be our grand champion junior doe today. 2 over 3, this is a little bit closer placing in my mind. I just like the functionality, especially off of the rear end of his skeleton. For me, this doe standing here in 2, she's just a little bit more practical, a little bit more truer to her top side width than what the young man's doe standing here in 3rd. And then you start evaluating her, she's maybe not as long in regards to that neck that the 3rd place doe is, but in terms, again, that pygmy shape, she still has that shorter muzzle, wider eyes that I like to see, and why she's comparable to our 1st place in champion. She'll be reserve of the division as well today. Then 3/4, this will be a little bit closer placing for me. The young man's brown doe standing here at the end of the line is really wanting to fight the lead. Couldn't really see her and be functional as she moves about the ring. But from a profiling perspective, I love the way that she profiles, especially that hip and hind leg. A little bit more desirable than the young man's doe standing here in third today. But as you walked and watched the goats around the ring, that is where we need to see them the best. And unfortunately, that's where I saw his the best, just a little bit more flexible off the front end. But two good does here to round out our class.
Your champion junior meat goat showman is Delaney Haywood. Her trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate, and her bucket is sponsored by the Grogan family. Now in the ring is Class 128 meat goat intermediate showmanship.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Tippecanoe County Fair. Just want to let everybody know if you have any baked goods that you'd like to buy, the Home and Family Arts Foods auction is happening right now over in the East Wing.
Placings for Class 67, first place and champion is Abigail Rabb. Her trophy is sponsored by Pat Nathaniel Jarbo. Your reserve champion in second place is shown by Zachary Peck. His trophy is sponsored by Connect with Nature.
First heat here of intermediates. I thought four young ladies that all do a tremendous job. We'll go through and discuss real quick and then tell you who's coming back. I thought the young lady here up front does an awesome job. She's done a good job all day with every goat she's brought in. She gets this thing stopped and parked. Her body posture, hand placement's really good. Feet are where they need to be. And I think she maintains that goat in motion very, very well. Thought she does a really good job. Young lady here directly behind her, another showman. When he doesn't want to be a knucklehead and just fight you and you get him where you want him, I think the view is really good. Again, too, I think body posture, hand placement's awesome. Your eye contact and intensity is really good. You're just kind of battling and fighting and working with a partner that doesn't want to work with you. So that makes it really tough and really challenging. But the young lady here with the blonde-headed doe, real good job. I think handles that doe in motion really good. When she gets her where she needs to be, I think feet are square, right where they need to be. She's calm and cool and collected. At times, you'll let that doe's kind of head and neck want to roll just a little too forward for me. I think we maintain that and keeping that doe's head and neck up at all times. But other than that, you do a very nice job. The young lady down here with the older doe, again, I thought another showman, really good job. She presents the front side of that doe tremendously well, got good eye contact, good body posture. At times, I wish we could stretch this doe out a little bit more. You'll get her just a little bunched up and maybe just a little off in terms of where feet are at. But I thought all of them do a tremendous job. I think in my mind, there's just one that needs to come back. Young lady here up front will come back. But again, to give all of them a real nice round of applause. A good first heat here for intermediates.
Now we're in the ring, Class 129 intermediate showmanship. On the dairy side, placings for Class 68, first place Corbin DePoy. Now in the ring is Class 69 Pygmy Does, 4 years old.
All right, this is our 3 and under 5-year-old pygmy does, and this cream-colored doe standing here, the head of the line. For me, I think when she walked into the ring, she really caught my eye just because of how she profiles and the way she walks about the ring. When you step in front of her as she walks towards you, she is tremendously wide in terms of the top side of her skeleton, keeping that width all the way down through her chest floor. And then when you step in and view her from behind as well, she's probably the widest in regards to her width between the hocks in regards to that top side shape. And then you start talking about those breed characteristics. Generally, you don't see a pygmy that's blended this smooth and this elegant in terms of the front end assembly. But for me, I just really like how she profiles up in that front 1/3, well deserving of blue ribbon here today. Second over third, this is a little bit closer placing, I think, for me, but I like the length of body and the depth of body just a little bit more on this traditional colored doe here. Standing second in line. She's also walking with a much larger foot and bone, a little bit more natural width through that chest floor, the width through the hocks, than what we're seeing on the young man's brown and white speckled doe standing here in 3. Really like how she profiles, just wish she's a little bit longer in regards to that hip. And like I said, in comparing to the second place, just keeping that width from the top side of her skeleton to the ground to be more competitive with the 2 does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 69. First, Daniel Rabb. Second place, Daniel Rabb. And third, Ethan Brower. We're now ready for Class 70 Pygmy Does, 5 years and older.
Again, another really good heat. 4 intermediate showmen here, and we'll go through as we did last time, kind of discuss. So you guys know where my mind's at. About the young lady here up front with this black doe, tremendous job. Her body posture, her eye contact, her intensity are really good. She gets that doe set up right where she needs to be. Maybe it's kind of initial impression coming to the gate. She kind of wanted to fight you a little bit, run you up on the fence, but I thought maintained, handled that well, stayed calm, and then came back. In my mind, and capitalized and did a very, very good job. Young man here coming next to the sock doe, done a good job all day. When this doe kind of wants to cooperate, I think she's finally kind of settled down and in for the young man. Boy, it is real good. Again, I think like we've talked about, the young lady in front of him, his body posture, his hand placement's really good. Like his intensity, like his eye contact and his mannerisms and in motion, I think does a really good job. She kind of wanted to fight him a little bit here early on, but I think she's kind of calmed and settled down and in. He never got worked up. He stayed calm, got her where she needed to be. Does a really nice job. Young lady here with the dapple doe again. I think another showman that does a tremendous job. She's calm, she's cool, she's collected. I think she manages that doe really well in motion, sets that doe's feet square. When we get right here from the side, you'll maybe let her head just kind of rest and lay down a little bit. And so she maybe doesn't accentuate the front part of her skeleton just perfectly. We can kind of choke up on that chain, get her head just pulled up way above her shoulders. I think that'll give her a little bit more of an exotic look. But other than that, you do a really nice job. Young lady with the myotonic doe. She does a good job when she gets this one stopped and parked where she needs to in terms of feet and squareness. This doe too, kind of wanting to just kind of act up, give the young lady some fits. But I thought in motion, she does a really nice job. When she gets her where she wants to, it's really good. That doe probably just didn't want to work perfect for that particular young lady. We're going to go ahead and bring back the young lady here up front with the all black doe, and then the young man right here with the sock doe for our champion overall in our intermediates. If you guys would give all these kids a real nice round of applause.
On the meat side, we will now be showing for your champion intermediate meat goat showman.
get out here for a champion overall in our intermediate division, and thought a real fun division to work through. Obviously, some differences from a showmanship style perspective, but I'm completely okay with that. Try to find the showman that just encompasses the most amount of positives in terms of what they do, in terms of being efficient and doing the extras. I like our champion a good deal. They're quick, they're nimble, they're intense. Young lady here up front in the pink shirt.
All right, so this is our age pygmy does, and I am going to go ahead and start the class with the oldest doe in class being 9 years old. And for me, as she walks around the ring, in terms of with her age, she is still the strongest in regards to her feet and legs. She is starting to show signs of those pasterns being a little bit weaker, more particular in those rear pasterns. But in terms of the rest of her body and her functionality, she's still really big across that top line, and she's still showcasing that width to the ground, and not really starting to show any signs of weakness besides those pasterns. So for me, for the doe being that old, I am going to go ahead and use her to start off with this age doe class. 2 over 3, I think this is a little bit closer placing in my mind. I am going to go ahead and use the shorter, more compact made style doe here. I just like the way that her head and neck looks into that front end assembly, blends a little bit smoother, a little bit cleaner, and she's a little bit more broken out, open in regards to that chest floor and keeping that width a little bit truer. Out to the backside of her skeleton and out through her hocks, and the young man's doe standing here in 3. 3 over 4, this is a growth and maturity perspective, especially when you go to get your hands on them. I think she showcased just a little bit more spring of rib, showcased a little bit more topside power than what we're seeing on the young lady's doe standing here in 4. 4 over 5, it is her turn in regards to walking on a much larger foot and bone and much stronger set of feet and legs, more particularly in those front and rear pasterns, what we're seeing on this white doe standing here in second from the end. The young lady's white doe standing here second from the end. Just wish I could stretch out that rump structure just a little bit more. She seems to be a little bit more tucked underneath herself than a couple of the doe standing ahead of her. Young man's doe standing here at the end of the line. I really like how the front 1/3 of her skeleton is built, but as she walks around the ring, she really walks on the outside of her skeleton when you view her as she's walking away to be more competitive from top to bottom. Let's go ahead and give these kids in this age doe perspective a big round of applause.
Your champion intermediate meat goat showman is Hollis Mosley. Her banner is sponsored by Grogan Construction. Her bucket is sponsored by the Grogan family. On the dairy side, placing is for Class 70, first, Zachary Peck, second, Ethan Brower, third, Corbin DePoy, fourth, Abigail Rabb, fifth, Ethan Brower, and sixth, Spencer Bates. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, senior pygmy doe. On the meat side, in the ring now is Class 130, senior showmanship.
Good first heat of senior showman, and like we did in the intermediates, kind of talk to you guys about kind of where I'm at and what I like and some things that maybe I see. Young lady up front here with the senior doe does a tremendous job. I think that doe, when you set him in motion, she does a really good job with that particular goat. She's good about being real smooth and efficient and switching sides, and feet placement is really good. In a perfect world, I wish we could maybe rock her head back just a little bit. She'll let her head rock forward just the shade, but I think past that, she does a very nice job. Young lady here with a little dapple doe does a good job. Obviously, probably a little harder to show in terms of just size. Sometimes those things can make it just a little bit more difficult, but I think she does a good job of it. I think her body posture, her eye contact is really good. At times, I wish we get her just stretched out just a little bit more. I think time and just keep working with that particular goat and maturity for that goat, they'll continue to help and make things very easy for you. Young lady here with the weather, again, I think another another showman does an absolutely awesome job. I think her body posture, I think her eye contact's really good. Again, another showman I think super smooth and efficient when we move around those goats. Does a real good job in terms of keeping her feet where they need to be. Did a really solid job. And then the young lady here, again, another senior doe, does a really good job. Eye contact's good, gets that doe's head and neck right where it needs to be. Maybe at times we just don't get feet just perfectly square. But other than that, she does a very nice job. We're going to go ahead and bring the young lady back here up front in the red here with the senior doe. And then the young lady right here with the weather for our champion overall senior showman. Give them a nice round of applause.
And then this is our champion lineup here in the pygmy division. I'm on this side of the ring, and 3 quality does, I think, in respective for their ages in terms of the 2-year-old, 3 and under, 5 and 5 and over. And when we started looking and comparing the two, nothing to take away from the younger doe, but as she's moving around the ring, just not as ease of flexibility off both ends of her skeleton as we're seeing on the 2 does standing directly behind her. And so when we start comparing these 2 does, I think there's some trade-offs amongst the two that you can really go either way. But for me, I think I kind of talked about it within her respective class, just in terms of that front end assembly and how nice and neat she is put together from that head and neck down in that shoulder, keeping that width through her chest floor all the way out through her Hawksman view from the rear. And then also I think it's really nice that coupling her age and that stuff as well. My age doe is going to be my champion pygmy doe today. And then when we bring in that second place from that respective division, I don't think we see near the profile that we saw in our class winner and our champion. And so I think it does get a little bit closer between those two. But for me, in terms of trying to match the profiles the best, in terms of that nice front end, in terms of those pygmy characteristics, and we start seeing that length of body and the depth of body throughout and still keeping that natural width to the ground. There is one that just stays a little bit more truer to her width at the bottom side of her skeleton. I'm going to go to the next class up. The young man standing in the middle, he is going to be reserved today.
Your champion senior pygmy doe is shown by Zachary Peck. His trophy is sponsored by Jack and Marlene Jarbo. Your reserve champion senior doe is exhibited by Daniel Rabb. His trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate. We're now ready for Class 71, Pygmy Weathers, 2 years old.
Get out here in our next heat of seniors. And again, I think 4 showmen, all of them do an absolutely tremendous job. Got the young lady up front here with this traditional headed doe. She does a really good job. I think super smooth and efficient, quick in terms of her mannerisms of getting that goat set up. I think as we kind of work around the ring, she does a very, very nice job. I think her eye contact, all those things are really good. She continuously kind of wants to move one hind leg, but I think the young lady manages it, fixes it each and every time, and does a very, very nice job. Young lady here with the myotonic doe, again, I think similar story. She is smooth, she's nimble, she's quick. She moves around that goat in a really ease and such a good manner. And I think when she sets that goat up, it's exact, it's the same each and every time. Good in terms of her eye contact and just her whereabouts. That did a really, really nice job. Young man here with the weather, he does a good job. This thing kind of wants to fight and fuss with you a little bit. Probably been up for a while, but when you get him where you need to, you do a good job. I think your body posture, I think your hand placement, those things are really good. Right now, you get him a little stretched out. When you do get him right, it's good, but he'll kind of want to fuss. He'll kind of want to fight with you. Just getting him to want to work perfect with you and not fight. And then I think no brainer in my mind. Big man here with the doe does a really good job. Obviously, you're a big guy, tall fella, little goat, but I think you manage those things real well. You get a lot out of this particular goat in terms of just drive and brace, your body posture, hand placement. It looks comfortable. For me, you'll get feet off just a little bit at times. We can square those things up. And then I think, again, easy, no-brainer in my mind. But I thought all four showmen have done a tremendous job. This is probably the deepest heat we've had thus far. In my mind, we're going to go ahead and bring both these young ladies here up front back for our champion overall in our senior drive. If you guys would, give them a nice round of applause.
So this is our first class of pygmy weathers, and I'm going to go with one that, for me, just a little bit more traditional in regards to the pygmy type in terms of its headset, in terms of a little bit shorter muzzle, a little bit wider in regards to its eye set, in regards to his forehead. And then when you go and step in behind him, still really big over the top side of his skeleton and keeping that width to the ground. In comparison to the weather standing directly behind him. I really like the silhouette. I really like the profile of this weather standing here in two today. To me, I think, especially for his age and comparing to the weather ahead of him, he's just starting to get a little bit more over conditioned, starting to develop those, have those fat indicators in regards to behind the shoulder and the tail head and right there in that flank area. But two really good weathers to start off our pygmy weather show.
Placings for Class 71. First place, Rylan Hamilton. Second, Abigail Rabb. We're now showing Class 72, 4-year-old pygmy weathers.
All right, so this is our class of 4-year-old pygmy weathers, and I'm going to go ahead and go with one that for me just profiles up the best. For me, maybe not necessarily the most characteristic in regards to the pygmy head shape and body size and structure, but it's definitely the most structurally correct as they walk about the ring, walking on a stronger set of feet and legs. He is going to sacrifice a little bit of substance of bone to the weather standing directly behind him today here in second. I really like this young man's characteristics in regards to his head and shape in terms of his shorter muzzled, wider eye set, and really like the coloration throughout. Just wish he's just a little bit longer because right now his midsection is just a real too much compact for me in regards to the pygmy type, but still tremendously wide top, tremendously wide bottom individual, and really competitive class top to bottom.
Placings for Class 72. First place, Corbin DePoy. Second, Elliot Bates. We're now showing Class 73, Pygmy Weathers, 5 years and older.
We get out here for a champion and our senior, and probably thus far the toughest decision that I've just had to make. I thought all four these young ladies all do a tremendous job, but in my mind, really just comes down to a pair of them. And boy, they're very, very similar in terms of a lot of the things they do, in terms of their body posture, in terms of their eye contact, their intensity, just their smoothness, their wittiness, their ability to be quick and get one set up in a fast manner. Really is probably just flipping a coin in my mind. I really don't have my mind made up yet. So we'll go give them one last look, get my mind sharp, and make a decision. If you guys would, give all of our seniors a nice round of applause. We'll get you a champion overall.
Your champion senior meat goat showman is Brooklyn Spray. Her banner is sponsored by the Wallace family, and her bucket is sponsored by the Grogan family. We'll now be showing for your grand champion and reserve grand champion, meat goat showman.
All right, so this is our pygmy weather class, and for me, the two weathers standing here, the head and line, I think they really separate themselves from the remaining four, just in terms of their age and maturity, but then also still keeping true to those pygmy characteristics in terms of being wider in the top side of their skeleton and keeping that width all the way down in the base side of their skeleton, and not really showing a whole lot of flaws. But for me, I think the young man's weather standing here, the head and line, is just a little more ideal in regards to condition when you go to get your hands on him, especially in regards to the age and maturity of this weather. He's the second oldest, I think, in class, and not necessarily showcasing a lot of extra fat deposits or are not necessarily losing any muscle mass by any means. And so overall, I think a pygmy that really composes itself well to win this age division. 2/3, I think this is a little bit closer placing in regards to that condition perspective. The young man's weather standing here in 2 today is starting to push that envelope a little bit in regards to excess condition, but from a functionality perspective, is walking around the ring on a much larger foot and bone, and a lot more straighter in regards to those forelegs when they're moving about the ring, but still keeping that true natural width from that chest floor all the way out through his hocks than the weather standing behind him today. The traditional pygmy over the red and white pygmy here, to me, it's a little bit more length of body, a little bit more level across that top line. Probably puts a head and neck a little bit cleaner in regards to the top side of that shoulder assembly than what we're seeing on the weather standing behind him. He is probably the smallest foot and bone in the class, but still has that tremendous width all the way throughout. The young man's red and white over the remainder weathers today. They just don't have the substance or the functionality in regards to both ends of their skeletons to be competitive with the weathers ahead of them here today.
Placing is for Class 73. First place, Zachary Peck. Second, Daniel Rabb. Third, Archer Tilley. Fourth, Elliott Bates. Fifth, Duncan Bates. And sixth, Carson Bates. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Pygmy Weather.
All right, so this is our lineup for champion pygmy weather, and when we start looking at these weathers from top to bottom, I really started with a younger division that I thought was going to be a really good quality in terms of that first and second place in regards to the breed perspectives. But as we started getting older, we started seeing a little bit more truer in regards to those pygmy characteristics in terms of walking around a much larger foot and bone, a little bit larger in regards to the top side shape of their skeletons and keeping that shape down at the base of the skeletons a little bit more truer than what we saw in our younger division. In the middle division, we saw two that I really contemplated back and forth on, but I like the growth and maturity of the young man's weather standing closest to me over the young man that stood behind him. But still, when we started looking at like characteristics and looking at true pygmy type, I talked about in the respective classes, maybe not necessarily that true ideal pygmy characteristic in terms of being a shorter muzzle, stouter forehead, and those kinds of things. Then we get to our aged weathers in terms of our 5 and over. And like I said in the classes, I started, I think, with the 2 older weathers in those classes. And we started comparing them as they walked in from the gate and started comparing all 6 of these animals for who they are in regards to their skeletal structures, their skeletal features. And again, from this longevity perspective, because most of these are past their primes in regards to being true meat animal ready. To me, the 2 that are the most functional and the most ideal in regards to breed characteristics actually comes out of our oldest division. So my first place 5 and over is going to be my grand. My second place 5 and over is going to be reserved today.
Your champion Pygmy Weather is shown by Zachary Peck. His trophy is sponsored by Connect with Nature. Your reserve champion, Pygmy Weathers, is exhibited by Daniel Rabb. His trophy is sponsored by J&B Environmental Abatement. We're now showing Class 74 Pygmy Best 3 Females.
Well, if you guys would go ahead and give all of our respective champions here and overall showmanship drive a nice round of applause. Really has been fun to this particular point. Excited for this evening. Should be very, very fun and unique event. Not going to go through and talk about each and every one of these kids. We've done that in their respective divisions. Obviously, we throw in two more into the equation, and I think both those certainly fit into the mix tremendously well. Really happy with each and every one of these showmen. Again, showmanship is something very personal preference, one guy's opinion on one day. I'm going to use the showman that I like. If I'm going to send one into the ring, who am I going to put on the head of that particular goat or sheep or calf or whatever it may be? You know, trying to find showmen that have got the right kind of cadence and ring awareness about them. Find the right kind of showmen that are quick and efficient. And I know these things are getting probably tired. Probably some of these have been up for a while. And, you know, obviously I think we've got some flies starting to kick up out here. And so just trying to find the showman that, again, has been consistently good all day. You know, find the showman that I'm most comfortable with, that's the most my speed, that hits you the hardest. We're going to build the suspense just a little bit. We're going to grab your reserve first, and then we'll step back and grab your champion. Again, if you guys would, give these kids one more real nice round of applause.
Your grand champion meat goat showman is Hollis Mosley. Her trophy is sponsored by Denny's Body Shop. Your reserve grand champion meat goat showman is Blaine Grogan, and his trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate. That will conclude the meat goat part of our show.
All right, so over here on this side of the ring, we do have our best three females of the Pygmy does. And for me, the three most consistent in regards to their Pygmy type is this group to my right. When you start evaluating all three of those animals, they're the most consistent in regards to that rump structure, in regards to the top side shape, in regards to the bottom side of their skeletal shape as well. And then we start looking at their true head characteristics. I think they're the most consistent amongst the three as well. So my group to my right will be my champion best three female group today.
Your champion Pygmy Best Three Females was shown by Ethan Brower. His trophy is sponsored by Jeff and Marlene Jarbo. And I'll be showing class 75, Pygmy Mother-Daughter.
So we have a single entry here in our Pygmy Mother-Daughter class, and a really competitive Mother-Daughter class is that, because with Mother-Daughter, you want to start looking at comparatives in terms of how consistent they are with one another, but you're also wanting to see some of those advancements or improvements in the daughter as well, and I think we do see those, especially in terms of that just sheer width throughout in terms of the daughter in comparison to the mother, so well deserving of this champion ribbon here today. All right, so we are kicking off our showmanship classes, very similar to what the other side did. This is our mini 4-H, but our kindergarten group. And so with all these kids, I just went through and simply asked if they knew the breed of goat that they had and if they knew it was a boy or girl through here. And as I always talk about with showmanship and especially the mini side of things, this is the side that I really like to see, just simply because hopefully every single one of these minis are either having siblings that are older that they're going to be in the goat project, or they have an interest in goats or like goats to some degree. And so this is the future of our programs and that kind of stuff moving forward. And so each one of these kids did a really phenomenal job. Let's go ahead and give this first class of minis a big round of applause. All right, so this is our next class of mini 4-H showmanship, and these are all first graders. And so very similar to what I did with our last group, I went up and down, and I talked to each one of the kids, asking what their names were, if they knew the breed of the goat that they had, the name, and that kind of stuff. And a couple of them, I asked if they would name them, what would they name them, especially if they weren't a family member's goat or anything like that. So top to bottom, a really good group. Some of these kids definitely have shown before to some degree, or they've practiced a lot more to some degree, but overall, this group of first graders did a really phenomenal job. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause.
Next entering the ring is Class 78 Mini 4-H second graders.
Alrighty, so this is our last class of minis, and this is going to be our second graders in regards to mini 4-H. So most of these kids, when I went through and asked them if they were planning on showing goats as their first year of 4-H next year, and all of them wholeheartedly said yes. And I asked them what breeds they wanted to show if they did not show the ones that they currently had. And a couple of them had some different answers. A couple of them are following family traditions in regards to showing the breeds that they have and that kind of stuff. So it's always fun to see, especially getting to this point next year being in 4-H, kind of if they have some ideas of what they want to do and that kind of stuff within their first years. So from top to bottom, another really good group. I'm excited to start our showmanship class. So let's go and give this last group of minis a big round of applause before we get started.
Now entering the ring, class 79 Dairy Goats beginner showmanship.
All right, so this is the first of two classes within the beginner division. So I'm going to pull two individuals out of this class to hold back after I pull individuals from the next class for a final heat in regards to this beginner division. And so the two people I'm going to go ahead and keep for me today, just because they were always aware where I was at all times. Probably the most ideal in regards to setting up their animal at all times as well. It's going to be the young lady standing second in line and the young lady standing third in line. They're going to make the next heat. All right, let's go ahead and give these beginners in this division a big round of applause. So the young lady standing here at the end would have been in our second class of the beginners, but the rest of her classmates decided to not come out for showmanship, so that's why the other two are joining her today. So this is our final three for the beginner showmanship division. And so with these three young ladies, kind of what I'm looking at is what is going to be considered to be the most consistent in terms of ideal setup of their animals. What do they do with their offhand as they're moving about the ring? Do they know where I am at all times, when to switch, when not to switch, and those kinds of things? And I think there's one young lady out here that just did a really phenomenal job in terms of every single time I had them stop, that set their animal up the most ideal in terms of where they weren't too far stretched forward, too far stretched back, and always knew where I was at and was patiently moving sides whenever I did switch sides of that animal. It's going to be the young lady standing down here at the end of the line with the great Nigerian. She is going to be my beginner champion today.
Your champion beginner dairy showman is Raylan Shrives. Her trophy is sponsored by Jeff and Misty Oliver. Now entering the ring is your junior dairy showmanship.
All right, let's go ahead and give this first class of the junior division a big round of applause. So with 10 of them in here, I'm not working them nearly as much as I would in the final because we do have a second heat. So I'm going to do like I did last time. I'm going to pull 3 from this one, and then they'll come back as a final for this division. But just a couple of things top to bottom for everybody in here. Just making sure that when we go to stop and set up our animals, please make sure that when you guys are stopping, that you guys are also not setting your feet of your animals too far forward or too far back. I think there's a couple of us out here that had our feet a little too far spread today. That kind of hurt you today in regards to showmanship. And then also when it comes to switching sides, some of you guys are like really fast speed racers and trying to switch sides as quickly as you can and switching sides before I even get to you. Make sure you wait until I get to you to switch sides. That way I don't see you on the same side as me. Does that make sense? And so those are just a couple of things I think that really separates the 3 that I'm going to pull from this class and bring it back later for our champion of this division. And so with that, when I go through and I pull my 3 that's going to come out to the next round, the young lady with the tog is going to come back. The young lady with the Nigerian is going to come back. And the young man with the Sanan is going to come back in our next round. All right, let's go to give this group a big round of applause as well. So just some pointers from this group as a whole collective. A couple of things that we need to make sure that we're doing, especially when we're switching sides, is that you guys always want to switch in front of your goats. I don't want to see you guys, and judges don't want to see you guys switch behind, switch over the top, anything like that, okay? Because especially with these goats being fight or flight animals, we want to make sure they always see us, and that's why we always rotate sides in front, okay? And then in regards to setting up, some of you guys do a really good job of getting your feet square. Some of you guys kind of like in that last heat of your guys' division, some of you guys are sitting a little too far apart. Some of you guys are sitting a little too close. And I'll talk more about it at the final round of this division, of kind of like what I like to see in terms of ideal leg sets. But for me, when we look at this group from top to bottom, I think there's some really good quality kids in here. There's just some that are a few ticks better here and there in regards to either setting up or being attentive where I'm at all times and those kinds of things. And so for that, when I go through here, the young lady standing here at the end with the Nigerian, the young lady third from the end with the white Nigerian, and the young man with the Nubian, they're going to come back in our final round of this division. All right, let's go ahead and give this final heat a big round of applause. So this is where we start seeing things just kind of vamp up a little bit in regards to some of us think that we have to be Johnny Speed Racers and be the first one set up. I don't necessarily care about the first one being set up. I care about the one being the most correct setup. Because at the end of the day, especially if you're down at one end or the other, depending upon where I'm at, it really couldn't matter if you get your dough set up first or your weather set up first, then you're just standing there patiently waiting for me to get down and evaluate your animal and those kinds of things. And then when we come down to it, I think there's a couple individuals out here that really separated themselves from the rest of their peers in regards just to pace of motion around the ring, what they do with their offhand when they're not on the move or trying to get their animals to move and that kind of stuff, and their proper feet placement at all times. And then between those two, it was really, 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 really close in regards to who I was going to go with because there were some trade-offs amongst the two individuals for me here today. But then I think here at the last line when we came through, it kind of separated themselves just a little bit. So kind of like what I said in the last heat going into this champion round, the biggest thing is when we're switching sides, one of those things you have to make sure that you're switching correctly. A couple of us are switching behind the back. Some of us are switching behind the back side of the animals and like those kinds of things. And then as you guys get older too, adequate spacing is going to be key. There's quite a few of us in here actually that got really overcrowded when we came into side by side or head to tail lines like this. You want to leave adequate spacing. And when you do that, that allows me as the judge, if I want to, I should be able to walk cleanly between each animal without having any interference, any touching of the animals and those kinds of things. And then so when we start getting down to those very, very minute things, I think there's one individual that kind of sorted themselves up to the top. And for me, kind of wasn't originally going to be this way, but also kind of got a little bit of a pick me up in terms of showing the biggest animal out here, the young man with the sauna, and he is going to be my champion of this division.
Your champion junior dairy showman is Henry Vaughn. His banner is sponsored by Wolf Waxing Sugaring Specialists and bucket sponsored by Grogan Families. We will now be selecting your champion intermediate dairy showman.
All right, so this is our first heat of the next showmanship division, and these four individuals did a phenomenal job as soon as they hit the ring. And I'm not going to pick on the young man, but I'm going to pick on the young man a little bit. As soon as he walked in the ring, I was like, how old are you? There's no way you should be in this division. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm in this division. I was like, did you win the last 2 years? And he's like, sure did, which is awesome because then it means he keeps moving up. And then the classes just keep getting more and more competitive. So with this being the first of two heats for this respective age division, I am going to split them in half. So I'm going to take 2 from this one, and then we'll see how many we get from the next one to kind of put together our final heat. But when we go through here, all of these showmen are really similar to one another in terms of just like the pure basics and those kinds of things. When I came up here and I pulled them up one at a time, I'm not going to explain what I asked them until I'm done with the next heat, just that way I don't give any pointers and hits and that kind of stuff to the next group. But for me, the two young people here to my right, so the young man with the sable type dough and the young lady with the La Mancha type dough, they're going to move on to the next heat. All right, let's go and give this heat a big round of applause. So this heat was a lot closer than the previous heat, just simply because I think all four of these showmen within this respective division did a really, really phenomenal job. I think the slightest things that's going to separate the two that I'm going to pull from here over the remainder is just slight feet placements. Some are just a little bit more ideal, in my opinion, in terms of where the front legs are a little bit better positioned directly under the shoulder and where it's not too far forward, too far back. And then the rear legs are a little bit more ideal, especially depending upon the size of the mammary or no mammary at all, depending upon what animal you have, because we have 3 does and milk and a wether. And so when we go through and we look at those different pieces throughout this entire length of this heat, and we'll get into a little bit more detail in the next round, but the 2 young ladies standing here at the far end, they are going to move on to the final round of this division today. All right, let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a big round of applause for this final drive here, this division. So really good division from top to bottom. I mean, all four of these kids out here, I think if I was still raising dairy goats and still exhibiting a show to show to show, and I would ask any four of these kids to jump on a goat for me and take them in the ring, and I would just stand ringside because all four of these individuals did a really phenomenal job all the way around, top to bottom, even when we switched animals. And I wanted to make sure that each kid, I got on each of the four different animals out here, just that way I could see truly if they noticed anything with the animal in terms of setting up slightly different than their own and those kinds of things. And I think amongst those switches is where they really started separating themselves. And I think there's one that separated themselves just a little bit more in terms of, for me, as I look at each one of these animals, and I've seen each one of these animals quite a bit throughout the day today, to where if I were to set up, how would I do it different? How would I do it similar? And those kinds of things. And I think they did a really good job on all four of these animals, including their own time and time again, which they obviously should, because that's the animal they work on the most. Nothing to take away from the remaining three individuals that's going to be left standing out here, but kind of like what it was in that first heat of this division, it's going to be simple as feet placement. Feet placement, I think, got quite a few of us, depending upon the animal we were on, because we didn't know if they were too far stretched, too far forward, those kinds of things. But for me, the most ideal showman that had an animal set up the exact same time or the exact same way every single time, regardless of the animal, was the young man at the head of the line. He is going to be my winner of this division.
Your champion intermediate dairy showman is Landon Gould. Award sponsored by Wolf Waxing Sugaring Specialist, and bucket sponsored by Grogan Farms.
Attention in the building. We have inclement weather coming. Everybody, please shelter in place. Attention, inclement weather coming. Please shelter in place. Attention on the west side of the grounds. Everybody, please start sheltering inside. We have inclement weather coming. Please get inside. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and give these senior showmen a really big round of applause. So with this being the senior heat, I'm excited, but also at the same time kind of scared to see what our final round is going to be in terms of your guys' master showmen, because all of these individuals from top to bottom did a really, really phenomenal job. And kind of like what I was talking about that last heat of the division before, realistically, I'm sure that I can get every single one of these exhibitors in here on an animal and be thoroughly impressed and excited to see how well they do in a ring in any open show that I would go to. Because again, top to bottom, I think all 10 of these exhibitors did a really phenomenal job, even on the ones that we switched. And I really wanted to see some switches because again, just like in our previous classes, we do have the unique ability of having some cashmere goats in here with us, so they do get shown just slightly different, but nothing crazy. And we have some mature does, some dry does, and some wethers. And so just trying to get as much variation as possible because, again, this is being a showmanship contest. I want to see how well that they can do. And for me, I think there's 3 individuals that sorted themselves out to the top fairly quickly. But even after continued evaluation of all 10 of these individuals, those 3 still continue to pop up towards the top. And kind of like what it was in that last division, I think the biggest thing that comes to mind is just feet placement and the size of doe or size of animal that you have. Because I think there was one that I caught off guard just maybe slightly in regards to feet placement, but just being the front feet being staggered a little too far. Because I know I've talked about previously to where if you could get them close enough, like you're going to be good depending upon what angle and stuff that I'm at. And I think that these 3 individuals did a really phenomenal job at that. One, I think, is just a little bit more of a perfectionist, in my opinion, when it comes to those feet placement and just trying to make sure that they're the most ideal at all times. And some people say it's a hiccup. Some people say that it's not, and that it is what it is. But for me, I think these 3 individuals out of this superior class of senior showmen did a really, really nice job. But with that being said, when I go through and I have to pick one, it is picking fine hairs between the 3 individuals that I'd like to use, that I'd like to see win this class. But when we go through and pick those fine hairs and try to really figure out who's going to be the best representative in this division in terms of how they set everything up the best, the young lady at the head of the line with the newbie, and she's going to be my senior showman.
Champion senior showman is Chloe Persiash. We will now be selecting your grand champion dairy showman.
All right, let's go ahead and give these kids a big round of applause here for the Supreme Showman of the GOAT portion today. It's been a really long day, and I know it's been long. The goats are getting tired. I'm getting tired. The kids are getting tired. But I will say from top to bottom, it was a really good show, and I'm excited to come back tonight here in a couple hours to be able to do the champion show with all of you guys. And same thing I've said in all these older divisions. I mean, I think these 4 older kids that's in this Premier Showman does a very phenomenal job. And I think there's just a couple things in regards to those 4 showmen that there are some trade-offs amongst each 4 of them, but I think that there's a couple that start to gradually sort themselves just a little bit different than the other 2 older kids. And the 2 younger kids that are out here, I mean, kudos to you guys for coming out here. I told all of them standing here that they have a lot of peers, especially the class winners that I had today. They've got some peers that's sitting in the stands now watching to see who's going to win Supreme that worked just as hard as they did to get here, and that they were fortunate for me to pick them today. And then if I were to come back tomorrow, I'll probably have a different showmanship winner. Even if I came back tonight, there's probably a different showmanship winner as well. But so those 2 younger kids, there's nothing really to take away from them, just their age, their maturity, and then the more they show goats, they're going to be, I think, just as the level as the 4 older kids that's here, being the young lady, the head of the line, the 2 men in the middle, and the young lady at the end of the line to my left. And so when we go through here and we start organizing and trying to figure out who's going to separate themselves to get grand and reserve grand showmen here today. But between the 2 that I initially had in mind, I think there are very, very minute differences. And the very last thing that I went through and did, I just did a cleanliness check because according to our AGA scorecard, cleanliness of the animal is one of those things that we take into consideration. And so I checked the ears, I checked the nose, checked the feet, check under the tail and that kind of stuff. And there's 2 individuals that I think were just a little bit more crisper in regards to getting their animals prepped out here today. But then from the actual showmanship perspective, those 2 individuals that I have in my top pair, I mean, like I said, I think in 2 hours it could totally change, definitely probably change tomorrow. But with that being said, I think the big thing that came down to it is here, the second to last maneuver that they had over here. I think there was a slight placement of just a hoof length that separates you guys. And I mean, it has been that close the entire way through in regards to the actual showing ability than the last maneuver that I did there in the middle. I asked all 6 kids when I stood between the 2 sets of tables to take their animals anywhere in the ring and show off their best quality or their best attribute that they recognize or that they feel is the most significant for them. And then I just simply went over there and asked them and explained it to me. And I think one just did a little bit better job. And again, I normally don't use that kind of stuff because this is a showmanship contest, but when it's this close, I mean, I think it really comes down to it. And so with that being said, I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your champion showman, and I'm going to shake the hand of your reserve showman. So let's go ahead and give all these kids one more big round of applause.
Grand champion Dairy Showman goes to Parker Walters. Her banner is sponsored by Danny's Body Shop. Your reserve grand is Landon Gould, and his banner is sponsored by J&B Environmental Abatement. This does conclude the portion of the day show. We'll be back here at 8 o'clock tonight for our night show.
Okay, come on. Once you Why? 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 Hey, Daddy, I smacked these home.